Royal Rumble, like
the way Royal Rumble is now, you have like 3 months. Like before, well, maybe it's always been that way. It always felt like close, but now it's like they got 2 pay-per-views before WrestleMania. 2 pay-per-views and a
Saudi
whole
show.
Like they got the Saudi show. They got the Saudi show, the pay-per-view, and then they don't do anything all of March, and WrestleMania is like the first thing in April.
Yeah.
So I guess you could do Royal Rumble.
Yeah, you could.
Because there's not much. Ain't a whole lot of build up needed. It's The Rock versus Roman. Like, I don't need a storyline. That's the storyline. Mm-hmm. He's here.
Yeah.
Taking on Roman. Did you guys see the text? Everything good with that?
Yeah, is that 2 o'clock on the dot or 2:20?
2 o'clock on the dot.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll make whatever adjustments needed. Yeah, we could always go to 28 if Butch is.
He got a podcast at 2:30.
Butch.
So that's why you couldn't do 2:20. So
okay. Okay, we'll get him out at 13.
Yeah, Danny put him to work.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
He's trying to do the same thing with us.
Let's do it, man. Well, let's get it paid for.
That's it.
So, I'll tell you off the air. No big deal. It's not a huge story. It's just funny. We just I feel like we gotta get that. When Joe gets back or PDX, we gotta get this the sideshow we were talking about with the with the kicks. We gotta get that going. We gotta get that popping off, man.
Okay.
Some interesting people hit me up.
Okay.
Quite interesting person.
Okay. I like it. I mean, I don't know that we really need them for that.
True. I want to do that. Like I gotta, and we'll talk because I want to figure out like how to get a video person, an editing person, because I don't know how to do all that stuff.
Well,
yeah. I smell what you're cooking.
We're trying. Like he'd be perfect for that.
I smell what you're cooking.
He'd be perfect.
Yankees Orioles going on right now. For all my people,
good.
Day baseball.
That's great.
Do you know the Yankees don't have 10 losses yet?
I didn't know that. What's their record?
Like 28-9 or something like that.
What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the Thursday. What day is it? It's May 19th. I got the date on the sheet wrong. It's May 19th.
I'm all bad. Like, don't ever ask me what day it is. Like, what number day it is. Terrible. I need to be better at it, though. I do. I'm just not good at it. That's not my strong suit.
It's May 19th. Welcome in to D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
We are so happy that you're here with us. Lots to dive into, man. Lots to talk about. I did a Kenny Caraway deep dive after a little conversation I had yesterday. I mean, and when I said this is a Kenny Caraway worthy deep dive, I was watching film, I was watching YouTube videos, I was talking. It was a conversation with someone that kind of sent me down this rabbit hole. So I'm really anxious to relay some of these things I heard, some of these things I saw, and to talk about a potential prospect for the Sacramento Kings there. At the 4 spot. Of course, we'll talk a lot about the Kings here today. We'll talk Warriors, Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2 tonight. What went wrong in Game 1? What needs to be corrected? COVID, nothing. Al Horford's back. Derek White's out, though. Marcus Smart is probable. Could be a different looking game 2 in the Eastern Conference Finals. So we'll dive into that, man. We'll start with the Warriors. That's pretty much all I got to say about the Warriors. That was,
boys.
I don't know what you
looking
do.
ready.
I don't know what you do, man.
They looking ready. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They looking like they're ready for another run at a potential championship. Man.
Yeah, I'll say this again. Kenny Caraway, Kenny Horowitz, you 22% from 3 and you lose by damn near 40. Like that's the difference between the Dallas Mavericks winning a series and losing by 40. Like they have to hit that 3, and you see what happens. You just look in the span of their last handful of games. You see what happens when they hit, even against a good defense like Phoenix. Maybe Golden State is better, but it's not like Phoenix is Sacramento. It's not like they got a sinkhole, in their defense. You see what they are capable of doing.
Yeah,
and it just either it didn't fall for them, or the atmosphere at the Chase Center, or the Warriors weren't allowing it.
Combination of all 3 things, if you ask me. You got to give props to the Warriors, for executing the way they did, not letting them off the hook the way they when they saw an opening, because it wasn't always like this 20-point game. It was relatively close at the half, but when they saw an opening, they jumped on them and they didn't let up. So got to give credit to them for that. Mavericks didn't hit shots, so that just is what it is. But there's another thing about it that I kind of thought about. Let me use a little bit of a boxing analogy here. And I know Floyd used to always talk about this. I feel like Canelo has this type of distinction right now, right? Where you'd get this fight with Floyd, and you want the fight, it's big time payday or whatever, and then you get to the weigh-in, and there's more people at that weigh-in than you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, this is a little different. Then you do your ring walk. Man, there's more people in this crowd, more light bulbs and camera phone lights, and it's like, it's a little different. And Floyd is sitting there like, I've done this. I'm used to this. This is normal to me. This is not normal to you. And it becomes a little too much. And not that you can't ever get used to it, but by the time you're used to it, the fight's over. Floyd is up 7 rounds to 2. Yeah. And it's like, that was just a little too much. And I think it was Finney Smith I saw the other day. He was sitting there and they're having a little impromptu media scrum or whatever. And he sat there and he goes, man, I ain't never seen this many cameras in front of me. And it's just like, yeah, this is different.
Yeah.
It's the Western Conference Finals. And Steph and Clay and Draymond, they sitting there like Floyd. They sitting there like,
this ain't even what we're here for. Yeah.
We know what this stage is like. This is new, ain't nothing new to us. And there might have been a little bit of that last night. And whether or not this becomes a series is really predicated on how quick Dallas can kind of blink, rub their eyes, and
better be tomorrow.
Catch themselves.
Yeah, better be tomorrow. Like not that they can't come back from a 2-0 deficit. I'm saying you've got to regroup in the manner in which they lost last night. Mm-hmm. You've got to get past that as a team, right? Mm-hmm. You're talking about rubbing the sleep out your eyes, rubbing all them big old eye boogers off. Like you've got to exercise that demon. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's just going to linger there. Yeah. I mean, you could take it home. I mean, this is Warriors go up 2-0. The line is that's what they're supposed to do. Yeah. And now you've put that you talk about Finney Smith, you talk about that extra crew there, Jalen Brunson, those guys who were hitting shots against Phoenix. You put all that pressure on them heading into game 3 and 4 at home, or game 3 and 4 at home. Like, hey, got to get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no hope. There's no if ands. Like we have to get this done on our home floor. Otherwise, the series we're cooked. Kenny Caraway said last week. I mean, you can go ahead and run it back.
We can talk about
run it back.
The Mavericks could be just like this.
That's cooked. Yeah. He got cooked.
Adrian, you didn't go down like that, huh?
He got cooked.
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing, if I'm a Dallas fan, if I'm a Mavs player or whatever, well, the players don't think like this. If I'm a Mavs fan, I'm looking at this series, I got to believe because of the track record, because of what they've done, not only in this playoffs, but historically, the Warriors are going to get one on the road. They win a road game. I think, man, I don't know if that was LeBron or it was the Warriors, but there was some crazy streak about winning a game on the road in every series or something like that. Like, and even if it was LeBron, I'm sure the Warriors got their own streak, right? Because they get one on the road, at least one. So I don't think you can look at it in a situation where it's like, oh, if we go 2-0, we're just going back home and everything is good. I'm looking at it like the Warriors are going to get one of those 2 games in Dallas. So if Dallas wants to really make this a series, they probably need to win tomorrow. I mean, obviously coming into yesterday, I'd say you got to take one of the 2. Now you lost the first one, so there's a lot riding on that game tomorrow.
You know what's concerning if I'm Jason Kidd and that coaching staff, one thing I'm super concerned about, and obviously you focus on your guys, you focus on your, getting your guys to do the right things, but man, Steph didn't go off. Clay didn't go off. Jordan Poole didn't go off. No individual on the Golden State Warriors went off. They just played well. They moved the ball. Draymond was talking, on TNT last night. The ball didn't stick. We just kept it moving. We kept it moving. We didn't let anyone, hold the ball too long. We kept the defense on their toes, and it paid off in magnificent form for the Warriors. For the Mavericks, we lost by 40, and Steph didn't do Steph. Clay didn't shoot. Jordan Poole didn't even do what he did. They just collectively, as a unit, beat the crap out of us. That's not only, in my opinion, that's not only the scariest thing for the Dallas Mavericks. That's the scariest thing for whoever, if they advance, whoever they might be playing in the NBA Finals, because that version that we saw last night of the Golden State Warriors, that version I don't think can be beat.
Hey man, they might win another championship. Just as simple as that. They might win another championship, and
this one does not feel like the other ones. This is different. Like you had that up and coming squad. Mm-hmm. You had the Kevin Durant squads. This one is different than both of those.
This one feels like they regrouped, they reloaded, and they got back at it. And they did it internally, right? They did it internally. They got their same guys. They lost Kevin Durant. They got some rookies. They drafted a Jordan Poole and found him, and he's turned into this borderline star. Man, they could do it. They could absolutely do it. And I was thinking about that this morning. I was like, man, Miami and Golden State, if I'm, we got Butcher Board coming on later on. I'm like, if I'm Butcher and Bonte in the Morning Rose, I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, we might have a parade coming.
Yeah.
That's no slight. They could easily lose to Boston or Miami, but you're there. You're in the discussion. Like, it's not a daunting task for you to win a championship. And it's got to be a hell of a feeling. I don't know anything about that, at least in basketball.
Not yet. But I believe that feeling is on the way.
Well, I think it is too. I laid it out yesterday with James. I said, one day, myself, James, Damian Barling, we're going to be getting ready for game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, Kings versus Thunder. You heard it here first.
Will Reese be an adult working on the show at that point? That's the real question. Will Reese be interning with ESPN 1320? Because I'm hoping by that time there's more shows besides just dealing with KC on ESPN 1320.
Reese won't even be in middle school.
Wow.
He's in the 3rd grade right now. He won't even be in middle school. You heard it here first. I'm the one that told you we was getting into the top. Well, I said top 3, but I really meant we're getting past the commercial break.
We got past the commercial break. We sure did. I was sitting there like an idiot. Please don't say Sacramento. Please don't say Sacramento. Please don't say Sacramento. Popped up out of my seat like, okay, we got something.
We got action.
I didn't have the Deuce Mason reaction. The Deuce Mason reaction was something.
That was pretty good.
I didn't.
Good stuff.
I didn't. I reacted a little more reserved, but I absolutely reacted. It's good stuff for the Sacramento Kings, man. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about that number 4 pick. It's kind of the difficulty of being out like in the middle of the week. It's not like everything stopped and y'all waited for me to get back. I know you guys have covered this. I know you guys covered this for 4 straight hours yesterday. But I had a conversation I want to share with you. Okay. And I think we
got another 4 hours. Like, we can cover it another 4 hours. I ain't tripping.
No, I know. It's just that weird thing. Like, y'all did this. Y'all were together. I was the odd man out. Like, I always feel weird coming back. Oh, I can't wait to tell you about how I felt about this. Like, why, dude? That happened like 2 days ago. Man, shut up, man.
We're running it back, man.
We moved on.
What else we gonna talk about?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you who we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about Jaden Ivey. I want to share with you what I heard about him last night, and we'll talk the pros and cons. Jaden Ivey. Maybe I can sway you a little bit off your Shaedon Sharpe take, but we've got a lot more ahead, man. If you want to be a part of the show, many ways you could do it: Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live. You could hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. We are just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
That's pretty funny. Reese will be the assistant GM of the Stockton.
It is.
The Stockton deal on the KC show when the Kings won a championship.
I hear you, King Voss. Let's ride it out. Oh man, I was afraid that would happen. Yes, it is, and we're very sorry. So, first of all, thank y'all for the love. Appreciate y'all for the love, both here and on social media. I don't want to say much because I will burst into tears. So. I think this is the longest I've gone without crying. So let's all hang in there. I just pulled up 4 tickets. It was 5 tickets, 6 tickets. How many tickets did I pull up?
Damn. Okay.
No, I'm thinking me, people, Jess, Crystal, you. Yeah. That ain't happening. Ain't gonna be no, I'll hit you back later. I kept looking at that like, what's that? Like, what? Why does it say $3,500? What did I do? What's in my cart right now that it said $3,500?
No, what did I do wrong?
What did I do wrong? What is this? Yeah. I clicked on what I thought were reasonable seats, and they were reasonably $600 a pop.
Once again, Kanye at the end of College Dropout. Can I still have that conversation with Big Mike?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Big Mike.
Can we still get that deal with Rockefeller?
Let's see.
I had a feeling they were going to be up there, though.
Oh, this is dumb. This is one of those platinum seats. No, I don't want a souvenir. Just give me the damn ticket.
You know what?
That's the stuff that agitates me. I don't want none of that stuff.
One of the things that frustrates me to this day is we went to the Jay-Z 444 show, and for whatever reason, man, I didn't get one of the paper plane hats with the 444 logo on the side. Jazz did. And now, first of all, I haven't seen, maybe they do now, but I don't think they sell that hat anymore. Like, you had to get it on the tour. And see, on like eBay for like $150. Now, I wouldn't sell it, but like, damn, why didn't I get the hat? And Jazz has it, and she won't let me wear it. I'd be like, you really not gonna let me wear the paper planes hat? No, should have got your own.
Well.
She don't even wear it. She still got it fold up, stickers on and everything.
Smart girl. I'm with Soren. They got any UA Kendrick tickets? Y'all got it anyways. Official
Got them
platinum,
rep
man.
Kendrick
Get
tickets.
out of here.
I need them.
Relax, Lizzie. The down payment on the Tesla is $500. You ain't ever gonna get it. It might show up in a year or 2 or 3. Platinum virtual tickets were included with the
What?
awful. Come on,
Platinum
man.
virtual? The hell does that mean?
Well, it's some stupid. That ain't even Kendrick. That's so dumb. I hate
That's
those
Live
platinum
Nation?
tickets. Yeah, you get a hat and a lanyard. Like, unless I'm smoking weed with Kendrick Lamar, I don't want none of this. Like, leave me alone. Just let me have my seat. And even at that, I ain't doing it. Dummies, man.
We'll be there.
For real.
We'll be there one way or another.
Yeah. That's how Kenny. I'm with Kenny.
What I do?
I'm just gonna tell everybody I'm with Kenny.
They're gonna throw you out like Jazz. Not my Jazz. Fresh Prince.
That's right. And Kendrick don't smoke.
Did you hear what Miss P had the nerve to say yesterday? I wouldn't even fathom this kind of stuff.
I missed it. Oh,
I'll tell you on the show.
Twitch.tv.
I was just gonna say, some of our listeners, they're just on another level. They're on another plane.
Yeah.
A whole nother lane. You understand what I'm saying? Like Jay-Z once said. You see Miss P what she tweeted last night?
I didn't.
She said, I will, in capital letters, be courtside when the Kings make the Western Conference Finals. Who even thinks like that? Who even has the gall to say something like that? Except the baller.
Well, you would. I assume she was just going with you or was sitting by you.
I ain't get Western Conference Finals in Sacramento. I ain't got to like Miss P. That's big baller status right there.
Okay.
I'd just be like, man, I hope I get a ticket. Might be nosebleed. She said, I'm going to be courtside.
You lying. You ain't going nowhere nosebleed. This all started because we looked up Kendrick Lamar tickets during the commercial, but we were surprised to see what they have these stupid, like, you can't buy tickets to a show anymore. You can't just buy a ticket with a seat. You've got we've got this official platinum ticket, which you get a special commemorative ticket and a lanyard that gets you absolutely nothing, and a $5 t-shirt and a hat, and we're gonna charge you $695 for it. Fam, I just want to go. I just want to go see Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe. That's all I want. That's it. That's all I want to do. I don't need all the extras. Just let me get into the arena and watch the show. And now you got to wait it out. General admission go on sale. Then you got to wait some of that stuff out because they realize no one's going to buy these. And then they take the official platinum label off of them, and then they become, $175 or whatever, which by no means is cheap, but still, it's not $675 either.
I mean, it's kind of grimy, but kind of smart. I respect the hustle because they try to hop on, the thirst. Tickets are on sale. I got to buy these.
Yeah.
But veterans like yourself, no, I'm going to wait for a month or so. Okay. Not going to get me.
Yeah, that's the trick. You got to wait it out. I mean, you check early.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could get in, you take it, you ride, you roll. If you can't, fall back, wait. More tickets will become available, and you go from there.
I had the perfect seats for the last concert I went to at the Golden One. And I'm not going to tell nobody where they're at, just in case I want to go there again. But they were perfect.
What was the concert?
Great show. Great
Chris
show.
Brown had he had a long stage.
Yeah, like regular.
Did the stage go out into the crowd?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it was a regular stage.
See, like I think artists have gotten smart with that. Is like most stages go out now, and it took me like I was at the I'm done with that. Like unless there are seats. So Kendrick like had 2 stages. He had the stage up front, And then he had a stage that wound up right next to me at his last show at the Golden One Center. And it was a birthday present. I told you, it was a birthday party.
Wow.
And
birthday party. This one not far off either. Might be another birthday party.
It's a couple weeks difference, but I realized, but it was still seated. It was still floor, row, whatever, seat, whatever. Now what these artists do is general admission. I'm a grown ass man. I ain't doing general admission on the floor because I will punch someone out. And that came dangerously close to happening when I took my sister and some people to the Justin Timberlake concert. Now, I realized it was at the Justin Timberlake concert that I realized why all of these artists do these long stages for social media. You've got if you might be, the stage might be like you might be far away from the stage, like the traditional stage. But as they walk out, you pull your phone, you right there. And it creates better social media content than you trying to zoom in, with your iPhone 13 and zooming in and makes a little grainy Justin Timberlake or a little grainy Chris Brown dancing on the stage. It creates a different vibe on social media when every video that posts, dude is right there in front of you, or the girl is right there, the artist is right there in front of you.
Not gonna lie, good job by them. Way to be alert, way to be aware.
Oh, 100%. You don't see very many shows anymore that are just that stage in the front, and that's it. But
then you're saying those are general admission, right?
So like as the floor stretches out, what they do is they do like general, like the floor. It's no longer floor, row F, seat 2. It's everyone on the floor is general admission. So you just get there when you get there. And man, I saw some videos from, I think Lady Gaga was at the Golden One Center.
Oh, man,
and I saw some people, she didn't have a stage that went out, right? She just had the stage in the front. But the floor was still general admission. So the people who were in the front row had been there for hours upon hours. They looked like they were near death.
Poor people.
They were like hunched up, but they weren't going to lose their spot for Lady Gaga. They were hunched over the rail. They were just waiting for her to come out. They were like falling asleep. I was like, yeah, fam.
So this is all registering to me now. And I've never gone to a concert like this. General admission is just no seats. Just get there when you get there and you stay and you stand. Oh, there ain't no way.
That's it.
Ain't no way. Yeah, I never gone to a concert like that.
I did. Justin
Not
Timberlake
like
was the only
arena. I've
Justin
never been to
Timberlake was the only one.
Wow,
They had
JT in the arena like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
man,
JT had the stage, so he had the long stage. So it really went. It was almost a court length stage. Like it was really long, and it came out for quite a ways. So no matter where you were in pretty decent shape.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, hey, like I heard, hey, you just stepped in front of my sister. Like, dude, we've been here for 2 hours. Move. He's like, I didn't. And he was calm. God bless this dude. He was calm. He's like, I didn't step in front of your sister. That's my sister. Move. My sister's like, hey, it's okay. It's okay. And then the girls next to me, who they've been standing there the whole time, they're talking to his girlfriend. Like, yeah, you did kind of just walk in front of all of this. Like, man, I'm not doing this. Like, give me a freaking seat. Just give me a seat. And let me sit down when I want to. Justin Timberlake started singing these damn country songs that I don't know. Let me sit down.
JT, you done lost me, bro. You done lost me.
I ain't here for it. Let me sit down.
I actually take that back. I have been to shows like that, but it hasn't been at an arena. They've been at like House of Blues or something like that.
See, John says Kanye with the floating stage for general admission was dope. I strongly disagree. That was one of the worst. That was one of the worst. I couldn't do that. I'm sitting, like I'm in the front row of a movie just looking up. No.
Yeah, I get you. I feel both of you guys on that one because it was pretty dope, but I don't know if I want to be looking straight up the entire time.
Doing a show with a bungee cord attached to him, that thing going all over the place. Man, that's wild.
Kanye going tour? You going? Yeah. Yeah. Kanye go on tour.
I'm gonna need to.
I'm lined up.
I'm gonna need to. I'm gonna need to see the stage setup first.
I'm lined up. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
I was like, man, I'm about to be there.
Well, here's the thing, though. Sacramento gonna have to be stop one. Look,
He didn't give us 2 days.
Yeah, you're here for. Not only are you here first, it's a Friday or a Saturday. It ain't gonna be Tuesday or Wednesday. Like you're gonna be here on a Friday night or a Saturday, or a Friday night and a Saturday.
Yeah, you owe us. You owe us. You won't pay what you owe.
You ain't going 5 weeks into the Kanye tour. No, I ain't going. Nope, I ain't risking that. Ain't no way.
Oh, man. You were talking. You want to talk about Jaden Ivey though? You want to talk about Jaden Ivey?
I had a conversation yesterday while I was away from you guys, and it someone said, we were talking about the Kings and moving up in the lottery, and person said, person was like, what do you think you'll do with the pick? I was like, I don't know. There's we're going to spend a month talking about it, but there's a million, different options. Kind of falls silent for a second. Y'all should take Jaden Ivey. Really? Okay. Like, why? These are not my words. He's been around the game since he was a kid. Since not like a toddler, like a baby. His mom is the head coach at Notre Dame. He has been around basketball his entire life. He'll work his ass off. Like he works in the gym, like he strives to get better. He has a tremendous understanding of the game. Mm-hmm. And it was said to me, I don't know that Jaden's a superstar, but I know he's a great kid and he'll be really good. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's going to be a superstar level player, but he's going to be really good. He's not going to be a bust. He's not going to be a guy out of the league. He's going to be a guy who is really, really good and probably can help you day one. Mm. And so that kind of sent me down okay, like those words mean more to me than anything I can see on film or on video or on YouTube highlights. So I went to YouTube. All right, it's hard to pull up, NBA prospect lowlights. So you kind of watch the highlights and try to get a feel for what this particular players do well. Mm-hmm. And Jaden really stood out to me in the fact that he didn't overly stand out on the floor. Like he can create his own shot. He's really graceful getting to the basket. Mm-hmm. Again, there aren't a lot of defensive highlights put on tape unless they're, chase down blocks or like very like literal house of highlights type highlights. Mm-hmm. But so from an offensive perspective, he just looked really graceful. He got to the basket with little to no issue. And it kind of, it forced me to take some notes like, all right, I'm going to have to pull up some Purdue games and take a good long look at this player, because right now, you talk about tantalizing, you talk about being intrigued by a player. You look at the guys that Monte McNair has drafted so far, Tyrese, Davion, both, solid young men. And listening to this person talk about Jaden Ivey made me think of he's going to be the next player that fans fall in love with. Like similar to the way that they fell in love with Tyrese Halliburton because of his attitude, because of his drive, because of his leadership capabilities. I think people will fall in love with Jaden Ivey the same way. It sounds like he has those same characteristics. Mm-hmm. But you look at the type of players that Monte McNair's drafted in Donovan or Davion Mitchell and Tyrese Halliburton. I feel like Jaden Ivey, in terms of the type of player that he is and the type of young man that he is, he might fit that mold. He could be the guy.
I like Jaden Ivey a lot. I like the player, just watching him watching the highlights and things of that nature. Phenomenal athlete. Absolutely jumps off the screen. Electrifying, even like some of the things that he does. It's a joy to watch.
He has a beautiful step to the basket. Like
it's a joy to watch. Lightning quick. Get him in the open court. Fast break. Lightning quick. If the Kings drafted Jaden Ivey at 4, I'd be so intrigued to see him in a Kings uniform and what he can do. It'd be a lot of fun to watch. I also like the story with his mom. You know what I mean? And I didn't know that until a couple days ago. And it's a really dope story. I love it. If they took Jaden, I'd look forward to seeing his mom.
Right. For those who don't know, Nell Ivey she's the head coach at Notre Dame. She's another basketball lifer, played for the Phoenix, I think she played for the Detroit Shock. But
wasn't she with the Fever too? I think she was with the Fever.
Indiana, yeah.
So that's just a dope story. I love it. You know, I said it last week. I'm a sucker for puff pieces. Right? And that
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. Bring him here. So I have no issue with Jaden Ivey being the pick. The thing that I keep going back to for me personally, and why I'd go with Shaedon Sharpe is this is always so hard. But if each prospect hit their ceiling, let's say they all hit their ceiling, who do you think has the higher ceiling? And from what I've seen in film, just looking at their skill set, because I know Shaedon Sharpe is going against high school guys, like, all right, whatever. But just looking at what he's able to do, I think it's Shaedon. Like, if they all hit their ceiling, who's the highest? Like, who can you imagine can do what Tatum did in Game 6? We talking about giving you every single shot you can imagine, attacking the basket, on the block, sidestep threes off the bounce. I don't think that's Keegan Murray.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think it's Jaden Ivey.
But to be fair, I haven't gotten past these two players yet. Like, I dove into Shaedon Sharpe when you brought him up. Like, and I don't mean like looked at. I mean like dove. Like, okay, let me see how over the top Kenny's going here. No, I get it. I completely get it. 100%. But it's also to answer your question. It's probably Shaedon Sharpe, right? Like to answer, just to directly answer your question about the ceiling, it's Shaedon Sharpe. Is he likely to get there? Or which one is more likely to maximize their game in the NBA? Is it Shaedon, or I feel like we should say Sharpe or Ivey?
Yeah.
And
I think it's Ivey. And maybe this is putting a cap on the ceiling, and I don't necessarily want to do that. But I see Jaden Ivey being like Davion Mitchell. It's not a bad thing.
Oh, I don't agree with that. You see Jaden Ivey as being Davion Mitchell?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see that at all.
You think he'd be better than Davion?
Yeah. I think he's a far more dynamic scorer than Davion is.
He is. The athleticism, absolutely. But even then, let's just say, trying to give something comparable. Like somebody, I don't see Jaden Ivey being an all-star.
Okay.
I don't see him being an all-star, and there's nothing wrong with that in his career. But when you're Sacramento, number one, you already got two guys that probably aren't going to make the all-star team. We're just going to add another one. Aren't we looking for a guy that could take the roof off this thing? And you got a guy that's a gamble, that's a risk. I trust me, I will say this until draft afternoon. I understand all the risk in taking somebody like Shaedon Sharpe. I get it. I just think the upside is high. It's high.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the upside of the potential. I'm sure there's a lot of draft picks. Like, part of your evaluation, I think, as a general manager or a scout, is this player has, if we're going, 1 through 10, this player has a ceiling that could hit 11 or 12. Like, he could blow through. Like, he's really, really good. But we're not confident he's actually going to get there. There's enough flaws we see, be it in a personality, practice habits, and I don't know that Shaedon Sharpe has any of these. There's enough flaws in just his game, in translating it to the NBA, that make us stop short and go, I don't know that he can get to that ceiling. And maybe this boils down to the, to go back to something that we're all familiar with. Shaedon Sharpe is like the Will Hardy or the Darvin Ham. Mike Brown might very well be the Jaden Ivey. In that, like, to me, hearing what I heard about him and then understanding growing up around the game and then watching him, it's hard to believe that he'll not contribute. It's hard to believe he won't be good.
Yeah, I think he'll absolutely be good. I actually believe Jaden is probably the safe pick.
So, and that's kind of what I was. That's
kind of that bad. I know it has that connotation when you say that, but I don't mean it as if he'd be the bad pick, but he'd be safe.
And I'm not going to do the line that I did with Mike Brown yet. It's the right pick versus the safe pick, because I have no idea. Like, we'll do that on draft day, but a day into this thing, our evaluation, our draft conversations drastically changed on Tuesday night. A day into this, or 2 days into it, man, he's along with your Shaedon Sharpe, Jaden Ivey's really he's at the top of my list right now.
Yeah, I think it's those two. I personally wouldn't be looking at Keegan Murray at 4 if I was Monte McNair. I just don't think. I think those two guys are better. I'll just say that. You know what I'm saying? I think those two guys are better and could bring more to the table. But I do think it's between those two guys. And I'll ask the question to everybody that I'll ask to Cody right here. Cody in the chat says Sharpe has the biggest bust potential. I don't know how you can say that. I really don't.
Probably, and I'm not going to speak for Cody. I'm guessing just because of I feel like there's still a kind of an unknown to him.
Yeah, there's definitely an unknown to him, but I don't
that's
know
probably
that's biggest bust potential. Like,
but I think that's why. I think it's the unknown. Like, I think that's what it is.
But I'll say this though. I'll say this all the time, and this is what I was saying yesterday. Is people are like, "Oh, I wouldn't go with Shaedon because there's no tape on him." There's college players that are bust every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a whole season of hundreds of college guys that, this guy, he can go. He's going. What did and I'm not equating him to this because I think Ivey's a better player and a better prospect. But what did Jay Billis say about Frank Mason? Like, you're getting a guy that is going to be in this league for a decade. It's solid. We've seen him. He's a leader, all this other stuff. No, like that's the one thing that I don't really subscribe to. I don't really get into. Just because we see these guys on a college level doesn't for me, it doesn't carry as much weight for me personally, because we see guys in college.
But that's what we're judging though. We're judging what we see. Like, we're looking at the tape, right? And I think people who look at we give you the evaluations on Jaden Ivey. Well, it's a notch higher than what Shaedon Sharpe played at. So whether subconsciously or consciously, we're immediately dropping Shaedon Sharpe down a little bit.
And I understand that. Me personally, I try to look at the skill set, and I look at, for instance, Shaedon Sharpe, sidestep NBA 3. Like, he can hit the shot. He can hit the shot. As he gets older, as he gets more familiar with the league and all this other stuff, he'll learn. Well, you don't know this because I think you got to talk to these guys, and it's always a gamble. But he'll figure out how to get the shot off in the NBA. Like, he'll figure it out. But can he hit the shot? Does he have the skill set to be able to shoot? We talk all the time about, De'Aaron Fox, and when he came in, and it's like, oh, well, he can't shoot now, but he's going to get that jump shot over time. He really hasn't. Like, it's cool, but he hasn't. So you look at somebody like Jaden Ivey in this particular case, just skill-wise, and the shot is hit or miss. Like, it's there. Sometimes it's not. Can he get it off in the NBA? Like, he'll just figure it out. It'll just get better. Maybe not. What if it doesn't?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I try to look at the skill set that these guys have. And that's not the only thing. It's just part of the equation. And sometimes I lean a little bit more towards the skill set than the fact that somebody played in college compared to LaMelo playing in Australia in the fourth best league in Australia.
Okay, let's talk more about these guys. Let's talk more about these picks. Let's talk more with you as well. 916-349-1320. It's D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, it's true.
Bill.
I was thinking that. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
that's exactly what I was thinking about. Yeah.
Dude, and trust me, I'm not saying this guy is Kobe or KG, but did you see the players they played against in high school? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kobe was in like a private school league, and he played against some, outside of the league. He played against some good, dope guys, but you saw the skill set. You saw the skills. They came into the workouts and they killed the workouts, things of that nature. So I don't know if Sharpe is going to be able to do all that, but you look at the skill set.
That's a good question. Don't answer that. That's got to go in the air. And both of Jesse's questions are going on the air. And Monty.
Yeah, I got to do some research. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Oh boy. Shout out Coach Chris, shout out Coach V, shout out Coach Q. We at the end of the season, little potluck yesterday, man. Showed a lot of love for D-Lo and KC as always. They had a little bamboo. We had a little McQueen, a little violin out there, some black bottles. Stuff. Good time, man.
That's awesome, man.
Those guys.
Did Coach Chris get his?
He did. He was
good.
Hyped.
Good. Good stuff, man. That's awesome.
No. No. What?
I haven't been there in years. I can't even.
The Chick-fil-A people are the nicest people in sports. It works. They're so nice. And then for a while, maybe it was just this specific one I went to. I used to go to this Jack in the Box a lot in Paramount, and they were so nice at this Jack in the Box. I was like, wow, I can't ever get mad at these people.
That's funny. Now I'm hungry.
Chick-fil-A's. I like Chick-fil-A better, but In-N-Out is phenomenal. And actually, as I've gotten older, maybe they've done something different. In-N-Out fries ain't that bad. Like I'll eat the whole batch. Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, Jesse. I wouldn't go that far. It was trash coming up. It was trash. It was trash coming up, especially when you talk about the competition. That's when McDonald's was at the top of the game with the fries. They've fallen off considerably. That's when Jack in the Box was killing the game with their fries. That's when Burger King was killing the game with it. Like they couldn't compete. I think what's really happened is these other places have come back to the pack, and now In-N-Out is like, oh, it's not that bad. They couldn't compete early on. Oh, Jesse asked a great question. He said, "Is McDonald's the James Harden of fries?"
That's funny.
It certainly feels like they're washed. It feels like McDonald's is washed with their fries. You can't get a consistent, definitive every time this is going to be a good batch of fries. You can't get that no more. I didn't grow up like that. They used to always be good. Jack in the Box kills the game with that. And Carl's Jr., they have the Crisp Cut fries, but they give you like 4. Like, yo, can I get a large Crisp Cut? Sure. 4 fries. What am I going to do with this? How's this going to help my meal?
You eat them slowly.
Wendy's and fell off too, Bryce. Wendy's and really fell off. Disappointed.
I can't even take part in this conversation.
I had some the other day, and they started with a spark, but now they're just garbage. I'm just gonna say it. That is a good look. That is a good look. I got all these places around me that I don't even really like. Like I don't like KFC. I don't like Taco Bell. I don't like Wendy's. I did like, but this one over here that just fell off. Just disappointing.
That's sad. That's unfortunate. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 1320 AM, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. A very lengthy conversation on French fries took place during the commercial break. If you don't want to miss the French fry conversation, you can check out the stream where we go 4 straight hours. We just talk through the commercial breaks. We were talking before the commercial break. You want to weigh in with another thought on fries? Like I could see it. I could see it in your face. No. You've got something on fries.
I'm good on the fries. I was just gonna say, like, Jesse just needs to calm down. He said Chick-fil-A fries are never that bad. I mean, no, he said In-N-Out fries are never that bad. They were. Well, I mean, first of all, let's settle down. I didn't say I love it. I said they're definitely something that I can eat. I don't think twice about it. It's good. I love it. That's a little strong. I mean, they're not top 3. Like if we had a draft, I wouldn't take them 4. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't take In-N-Out fries 4. I'd trade that pick. But it's not bad. It's not bad.
I recognize this is my fault, so I wholeheartedly apologize for that. Maybe we'll put a poll up about French fries. How about that? We were talking before the break about Jaden Ivey, Shaedon Sharpe. You had kind of launched into we were trying to determine how you break down film. The film on these guys is limited. Jesse asked a couple of really good questions as we were talking, and then another interesting one during the commercial break. And knowing now for well over a week that Shaedon Sharpe is your guy, we thought at the time, the Sacramento Kings would have to trade up to get Shaedon Sharpe. Now that might still be the case, which we'll get to that here in just a second. But they're certainly in a better position to land Shaedon Sharpe than they were before. Can Monte McNair risk that? Like, can Monte McNair take a chance, given everything that we know about Monte and given the fact that he isn't under contract right now, and there at least appears to not be any negotiations right now between the two parties? Can Monte McNair afford a big gamble like Shaedon Sharpe in this upcoming draft? Or maybe I emphasize that too much. Maybe that wasn't fair. Can he afford a gamble on Shaedon Sharpe in this upcoming draft? Given what we know the expectations are for this team next year.
I mean, it's to me, it's kind of relative, right? Like, or Jaden wouldn't be a gamble in my eyes and everybody else's eyes. He ain't starting at the 2 guard, I don't think.
Really?
Vincenzo,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he starts over him. At least he doesn't start the season that way. He may work his way into that as the season goes along. But day one, I don't think, if they bring back Dante, I don't think he starts. So that's the same boat as Shaedon.
If you draft Jaden Ivey, do you have to bring back Dante DiVincenzo?
And that's the question. Like,
or does it become Dante or Terrence Davis? Because you obviously you've
TD would likely be the odd man out.
Really, as much as we heard about this team needing shooters,
mm-hmm.
not even getting an opportunity to see Terrence Davis with this group, we're willing to move on from a man Future.
And I don't know if they'd move on from him, right? Like, he might just not get playing time.
Man,
I wouldn't go about it that way. Like, that's so when you say, can he afford to, Monte McNair, if you play Jaden Ivey, or if you draft him, I feel like you got to play him, which means
sure
you can't. you can't bring back Dante maybe, and you got to decide between Terrence, Dante, all this. You got to make those decisions,
right?
If you draft Shaedon, you may be able to slow play him. And you're still, okay, look, we got Shaedon, we got him, I wouldn't say tucked away because I don't think he's going to be on like a Trey Lance plan or nothing like that. But you got him, but you don't have to throw him into the fire day one. We got Dante, we got Terrence that's coming back, Davion, Fox. I'm on record as saying, already at the 2 guard position, I think they're good enough. Like, I don't think that's a problem. Do you want to bolster it? Do you want to strengthen it? Yes. I don't think it's the same problem as the power forward position.
Mm-hmm. So
you can draft Shaedon and still be good at that 2 position. You're probably going to need to guard it, not draft, but free agent signing or trade somebody at the 3. Whatever you want to do there, obviously you need the 4. But if you get Jaden, I don't think you can treat him the same way as Shaedon. Like, you're going to have to play him. And that means one of those guys either not going to play or they're going to be gone. So I guess the question is, do you want Jaden over Terrence?
Yeah, I think Jaden would be a better long-term Sacramento King than Terrence Davis. And I like Terrence Davis, but I think Jaden Ivey would be better at that position. I like Terrence Davis on the team, right? And if the truth, I'm trying to think this through before I say it out loud. That's not how this game works, so I'll just say it.
Well, that should be how this game works. You can't view anything without thinking, like some people do, in media nowadays. So you're fine.
If Jaden Ivey is the pick, I'm good with, like, if Dante doesn't come back, like, I'm good with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like the and maybe part of this, we talk about the unknown being dangerous, feeling like there's an unknown Shaedon Sharpe and that being a little bit dangerous. There's an unknown in Terrence Davis that I think is exciting because we know that Terrence Davis has the capability of scoring. We didn't get to see Terrence Davis this season with no Marvin and no Buddy and Domantas Sabonis out there and De'Aaron Fox at the highest level, at his highest levels. We didn't get to see that.
Right.
To me, that's not risky unseen. That's exciting unseen. And you got to surround. We've got to get shooters. We got to get this. We got to get that. Okay, well, we got one. And Terrence Davis, like, you got a guy who's capable of getting hot. You got a guy who's capable if you put him in an offense that regularly gives him looks, gets him, passes out from Domantas Sabonis in the post. Man, that could be a great look for Terrence Davis. I don't know that doesn't excite me a little bit more than Dante DiVincenzo. Now, Dante has a ton of qualities that we like as well. He's tough. He's a better defender. And he can probably score enough. Like, I don't think he's ever going to excite that part of the box score because he does a lot of other things, but he can score. I feel like I like Jaden more than both of them. And of course, prisoner of the moment. I'm not going to like hide from that. But I think once you get down to that, you pick between Dante and Terrence. And truthfully, right now, if it's really that ill with Dante, if he's really that upset, dude, go ahead. Because we just don't need that. We don't need dudes that are frustrated with the organization walking back in or getting handcuffed to a contract or getting stuck here because of the qualifying offer and the restricted free agency. Like, if you legit have a problem with this organization, cool, man, go ahead. Yeah, because it's just not what we need.
Yeah, I absolutely understand that. And I look at both of those guys, Terrence Davis and Dante DiVincenzo, even though I like them both, it's not a situation where they're irreplaceable or you would make a decision solely or the definitive reason because of those two. Like, I wouldn't not draft Ivy or Jaden because of what it might do or what it means for the future of Terrence Davis.
I think the only players you draft around are De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis. Those are the only players you factor into your draft conversations. Yeah, in my opinion.
Now, Jaden Ivey is he's a shooting guard, but he's a smaller shooting guard, right? Like, I think in the NBA, he's not a point guard. Like, I don't think that's not his skill set to be a point guard. He's more of a scorer. He's a bucket getter. But he's like 6'3". The jump shot is a little iffy. But he's fast as hell. Sounds familiar. So, is that a concern for you at all? It's a concern for me. Once again,
why?
Would it mean that I don't do it? I wouldn't say that, but it's something that you got to take into consideration. Well, you're getting essentially the same player as De'Aaron Fox. I don't think that you're improving anything that you're lacking. You're not improving at shooting. You're not improving on the defensive end. And you've created a logjam between Davion, Jaden, and Fox. Can it work? Can you figure something out?
I don't think that's a logjam with those three. I mean, I think what you're doing with Davion is extremely important, and that needs to be one of Mike Brown's first priorities when this roster starts to kind of settle in, is figure out, what am I doing with last year's first round draft pick, and how can I maximize his potential this season? I don't think that's a logjam. I think the logjam comes into play when you start factoring in guys like Dante and Terrence.
That's fair. That's fair enough. But I just don't like they're all. I don't want to say the same player because Davion's not that. Like, he's not as fast as those guys. But
you think De'Aaron and okay,
you haven't improved on shooting, and this is something that I always think about: who can create their own shot off the bounce. Look at what we're seeing in these playoffs. Ja was able to get to the bucket a little bit. You know, he was able to get in the bucket, but one of the things was that they started walling it up The mid-range had to be better. Like Josh started going off really when the 3-ball was hitting for him. And that's when he started to play more efficient. So he was able to hit that shot that opened up his game. But like I said, I just think back to these playoffs and who can they score in a major way and in different ways like we're seeing in these playoffs? Off the bounce, isolation. Can they do it? Jaden is fast. He can do it that way. I don't know how that works in the playoffs though. And I understand, get to the playoffs and then we'll figure it out. I get it. But these are
I disagree with one thing you said about the team improving with drafting Jaden. You said the team probably doesn't get better defensively. One of the things that I've read, again, defense rarely makes highlight videos.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I read about him is because of his quickness, he can guard really well on the perimeter.
He can, he doesn't. He's one of the guys, and stop me if you heard this, when engaged, he's a good defender. So
I think with Mike Brown coming in as your head coach, you're going to be engaged. You're not going to have a choice.
I would hope so. Painter, I'm always messing up his name. I know the coach over at Purdue. You're supposed to defend. You're supposed to defend. And I know that was instilled in him at the college program at Purdue. And he still had these moments where, sometimes he was locked in and sometimes he was lost. And that's what I hear from him about him on the defensive end. When engaged, he has the tools to be a good defender.
So with Shaedon Sharpe, it's the position. Is it the position that excites you the most? Like the need for the Sacramento Kings and where he plays?
It's the position. It's the shot making. It's the potential. These are things that the Kings just don't have. Like the shots. It's just a workout, right? It's just a workout that we're seeing, and we're seeing like these high school EYBL games, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who on the team right now is hitting that shot? Hitting a sidestep 3-4 feet beyond the NBA 3 line. Like they don't even have those guys that consistently can do that now. And I've always felt this is where the epiphany came from, right? Mm-hmm. Like you got guys, I think Harrison Barnes is a good ball player. I think Sabonis is a great ball player. I think Fox is a great ball player. But you don't have that guy that we talk about can score at all 3 levels. He can attack the basket. He can give it to you in the mid-range. And he can dance with you beyond the arc and pull up and dot that thing right in your eye.
Which one of those, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Which one of those 3 levels can Jaden Ivey not score on?
He's not really a good mid-range shooter, off the bounce at least. The 3 got better from freshman year to sophomore year, so that's a good sign.
And he excels at the basket. Yeah,
he excels. He gets to the cup. That's definitely where he finishes great around the basket. But it takes time. It takes time. But like it's almost like Davion is a little bit of an example, right? So he improved at Baylor on his 3-point shot and got better every year. But when he got to the NBA, it was a bit of a struggle, right? Like it still needs more work. I feel like Jaden might have that same type of deal. I look at Davion right now, and I don't see why he isn't a better 3-point shooter. I love his mechanics and all this other stuff. So because of that, I just believe like it'll get better, but it didn't get better this year. So I think that's something that's a bit of a concern when you see Sharpe improve from freshman to sophomore year beyond the arc, which is a good thing. But we've seen that in college and it not translate right away to the NBA. So I think Shaedon is great around the basket. Some of the mid-range stuff I'm not a particular fan of. I actually like his the way he shot the 3 ball a little bit better than what I've seen from his mid-range stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if that's something that can be incorporated into this offense and in his game in the NBA. I heard he's pretty good from catch and shoot threes. A lot of the threes that I saw were off the bounce. And
I've seen, you know, on multiple highlight reels, there's a couple of step backs on there. That's interesting. He's a shot creator. Like he can get his shot, and I think I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing for this version of the Kings. Obviously, a situation where a player can get their own shot, that's probably not a bad thing. But this is also an offense that you want to start running with some fluidness, right? Like you want to be able to take advantage of what Domantas Sabonis does best. You want to be able to take advantage of what De'Aaron Fox does best, and all of these players, all of these other players that are out there on the floor. You want to put them in situations to succeed. Jaden can create a shot. And, you know, the good and the bad part of that is the good, obviously, you could create a shot. The bad, you could get comfortable and you can do it too often, right? And when you need to be flown, when the offense needs to be moving, when you need to be working from Sabonis out and let Sabonis finding what to do or let De'Aaron find what to do, you've hit a couple in the quarter, you're feeling yourself, and the offense starts to slow down as you try to create something.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let me ask you a question, because
do we have to make a decision today?
Yeah.
Okay. That's how. Okay.
Got till 4.
All right. We're gonna make our draft pick at 4:00.
Let me ask you a question, because we got Rory, who's usually against everything I say, and just my outlook of basketball. We don't have the same one, but Rory's he's still my guy though. He's still a good dude. But he's talking about Keegan Murray, and we haven't talked about Keegan Murray much at all. And he says Murray's a shot blocking stretch 4. That's an excellent cutter. We've been talking about find one of these all off season, and he just fell into our lap.
Okay.
Does the fact that they're drafting at 4, does that matter? Does that does that what kind of weight does that hold for you? Because and I'll explain what I mean by that.
Okay.
For me, you're drafting at 4, and I'm a little more in the boat of go try and get you a superstar. Go get you a superstar. Obviously, with Shaedon, it's all a crapshoot. So when I talk about Shaedon, I want to reiterate this all the time, because people act like I'm talking about Shaedon is this guaranteed lock. No, it's all a crapshoot. None of these guys are guaranteed locks. I don't care if he didn't play a minute in college, and I don't care if he played every single minute for your college team for the last 2 years. It's all a gamble. So I absolutely recognize that. But when I look at Keegan Murray specifically, I don't see a guy that can be an all-star in this league. I don't see it. He can be a good ball player. I don't see it being an all-star. Shaedon Sharpe, he could be a bust like people try to say he is. He could be an all-star. He could be Paul George, like I've been saying. He has that type of skill set. And at 4, man, the role player, this is a guy that I like, that I really think is a good ball player. I'd love to be on the Sacramento Kings, but I have a hard time, like I said, passing up the potential of an all-star for, you know, somebody like a Wendell Carter, who's a good ball player. I'd love to have him there, but Wendell Carter's not right now, not an all-star power forward. and that's why I ask you, if this was 7, yeah, maybe you played a little bit more conservatively. But 4, getting up there, and I got a chance to get one of these dudes. I gotta try. I gotta try for it.
So to make sure I understand your question correctly, the weight of the number 4 pick to get it to hit big, to not hit a solid single.
Keegan could be cool. Keegan will never be the best player on your team, in my opinion.
But to hit a triple or a home run with this 4 pick, is that how I'm understanding that correctly?
And like I said, and I want you to have more time to elaborate on it, so we can talk about it on the side. But when I talk about Keegan, I think he's going to be a good ball player in this league. I love some of the things that he's able to do. He's a really good ball player. I don't believe personally Keegan Murray will ever be the best player on your team. So if I got a guy that could possibly be the best player on my team, on a winning team, I'm going to take my chances with that before I go with the guy that is going to be just a part of your team. That's my opinion.
I'll attempt to answer that question. And I got another one for you that Jesse threw our way that I think is worth diving into, because we're talking about players we're assuming are going to be there. One, they might not be, which means some other ones might, or in this case, will. We'll explain that convoluted mess that I just tried to tease when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. 2021 NBA draft. That wind just stay blowing no matter what the temperature is outside.
And this is I heard it's supposed to be crazy tomorrow. I heard it's supposed to be like 30, 40 mile per hour winds. Not looking for it.
Dude.
Here's what I'll say to Rory. And this is where like people kind of lose me when they talk about just what the guy did in college. Not saying it doesn't matter. But Rory and everybody else, were you outside when Jimmer was in college? You remember what Jimmer did in college? You remember what Adam Morrison did in college? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but just saying that somebody did it in college, that's not enough for me. Before skill set. Like, I look at Keegan and he's cool. I like his game. I like what he can bring. He's a good shooter. I think he's got a good basketball IQ and understanding. He's a high IQ player. But just saying what they did in college, there's great college players all the time that do nothing in the NBA. Literally nothing. So I'm just saying that if I want to bring up the argument of like, don't talk to me about college, I'd just be like, I could pick 5 guys every year who were really good in college. Doesn't mean much of anything in the NBA.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, please? For those that haven't, a lot of you are watching, man. We really appreciate it. If you could hit the thumbs up, that would be amazing.
Exactly, Johnny, which is why I'm not sitting here saying, man, do you see this high school film of what he did, though? Like, no, because it's not really relevant to the NBA. And I could flip that around and I could say there are guys who are great in college who are great in the NBA. There are guys who are dominant in high school who go overseas, take the year off or whatever the case may be, do nothing in those professional leagues. I think RJ Hampton didn't do anything when he was over in Australia. Like, he wasn't balling out. LaMelo wasn't balling out. He went over there, didn't do much of anything, came back and was balling.
Leave after this season.
Yeah, I think so too. Four and Holmes and 37 for 5 and Jeremy Grant, then get Sharpe. I mean, even if they did that to get Ivy, I mean, I'm not tripping. That's not bad. Not bad at all. I don't know why. I guess you're getting Jeremy Grant. Got him at the 4. Wow. That's funny. Oh, wow.
I feel like our workload quadrupled when they went to 4.
Yeah, for real.
It's like, all right, this changes everything. You want to be a part of the show? You want to weigh in on some of this conversation? We'd love to hear from you. 916-349-1320. If you're at work, you're just hanging out, you're listening on Odyssey. You can watch the show on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, and you can take part in the conversations there in the Chatty House. All of your messages, regardless of the platform, come directly from us. You guys do a tremendous job of really pushing forward this conversation, offering some different angles to the things Kenny and I are talking about, and it's just one of the great joys of this show. This show isn't just D'Lo and KC. The show is the people who are watching and the Chatty House and everybody who is participating in this, man, because it really it sparks some interesting conversations for sure.
And let me say this as well. When you talk about, the how people are looking at it, this is my outlet. This is my opinion and how I evaluate these guys. This is the way I look at it. Is it right or wrong? I'm not here to say that. Is there risk involved in going after Shaedon Sharpe? Absolutely.
Is he a 3 or is he a 2?
I think he's a 2 and a 3. I think he could play a 2 and a 3. I think you can put him in a 3-guard lineup and be fine. So if he's a 2, so to speak, I think you could play Fox, Davion, and Sharpe at the same time and be okay. Also depending on the matchup of the other team. But yeah, man, like I understand there's risk involved. There's risk involved in taking Ivy. There's risk involved in taking Murray. That's the overriding thing that I would say, because I went on this whole thing yesterday about how I think in these situations and with the Kings having a 4 pick, people are so quick to talk about what these kids can't do and talk, oh, well, he can't do this. That's why I wouldn't take him or nothing like that. And all 3 of these guys that we talk about, and I'll include Keegan Murray, these guys can play. You guys some good ball players. I like everything that I see on film from these guys. And if the Kings get them, obviously I'm going to be hoping that they turn up and they exceed expectations and all this other stuff. But I'm going to try. I'm not really going to get into like, oh, this is why this guy won't succeed or anything like that. Because number one, that's just not really my style. Number two, you don't know. We don't know. Like I said it during the break. People talk about not taking Sharpe because he didn't play in college, and Keegan and Ivy were doing things in college. They're busts in college every day, B. Every day. I mentioned 2 for you. Who was old enough to remember Jimmy Fredette in college? Who was old enough to remember Adam Morrison in college? 2 of the most heralded college careers of all time. Like, this happens every day. There are guys in high school who are phenomenal, who don't make it in the league. Corleone Young, is a guy that comes to mind. A Lenny Cook, another guy that comes to mind. There are great high school players that don't make it in the NBA. So, like, all these comparisons and stuff like that, like, I don't really get into that. I know for me, I think there's superstar potential in Shaedon Sharpe. That's why I would go with him. But Jaden Ivey, I think he could be a great ball player in this league. And I absolutely see a world or a scenario where he is pushing for an all-star spot and being a superstar and stuff like that. Like, absolutely. I've heard comps of John Morant, obviously, because he looks just like him out there, but I've heard Victor Oladipo. If you drafted Jaden Ivey and he turned into Victor Oladipo, like, before the injuries, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That's phenomenal. So
that's also the danger of comps. Because you convince yourself we're drafting John Morant. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're drafting Kirkland, John Morant, until otherwise noted.
yeah.
I want to follow up on just a couple of things there that we were talking about, because you made a convincing case about Jaden and the I should say a convincing rebuttal to Jaden Ivey and his fit on the roster, but you're not super sold on Keegan Murray, who is one of the better position fits that will likely be available for the Sacramento Kings, and we'll get to the likely part here in just a minute. But position wise, he's at that 4. You're talking about Shaedon Sharpe, and I understand why, the superstar potential, but he's essentially, if drafting Jaden Ivey is causing some problems in terms of the backcourt, in terms of rotation, in terms of log jams, in terms of Dante and Terrence and Davion and De'Aaron and all of that, doesn't Shaedon cause the same problem? And isn't Keegan maybe the best prospect that doesn't cause those problems?
I think Shaedon, in my opinion, he doesn't cause the same problems as Jaden, because I look at him as a better shooter. And he's a guy that De'Aaron, Sabonis kick out to, catch and shoot, butter. I don't see Jaden Ivey as being that type of knockdown shooter from beyond the arc. Also, you can do different things with Shaedon. Maybe not at 18 years old, but when he a year or two in, or whatever the case, or later in his rookie year. But you might be able to get him at the mid post, and he can one dribble pull up on somebody. If you got maybe a smaller guy, or you get a switch, you might be able to get him at the block, turn around, fall away shot. Like, you can do different things with him. I've heard some of the things already. Great mover without the ball, great cutter, great offensive rebounder for a small forward, shooting guard. I think he just delivers a little bit more variety to this offense than Jaden, but once again, he's 19 years old, so it might not play out that way.
We look back to last year's draft, Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green. Nothing super surprising there. Evan Mobley goes, and then Scotty Barnes' name is called at number 4, and that created such a fantastic conversation for us, because last year was the birth of Scotty Barnes.
Rookie of the year, Scotty Barnes.
Rookie of the year, Scotty Barnes. And there was a long prevailing thought that Scotty Barnes would be there at number 9 for the Sacramento Kings to draft. And he gets drafted all the way at 4. And you see some changes. You see some, whether it's Kuminga, Book Night, you see guys, fall a little bit further down than originally thought. Moses Moody, I think, fell a little bit further than people thought. And that will almost certainly be the case in this upcoming draft. There's so many unknowns headed into this with players. There's going to be so many, player preferences, but, based on the general manager and all that stuff. And I think there's a belief right now. I'm going to stop short of saying a consensus, but if you do a mock draft, like if you look at mock drafts, there may be a consensus, and that the top 3 are in some way, shape, or form Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, and Paolo Banchero. The question is, what if it's not? What if that isn't the top 3? What if someone is tantalized by Shaedon Sharpe? someone's tantalized by Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey. Well, then what? Because I don't think Jabari's going to fall.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think, even though, admittedly, I watched games. Maybe I need to dig for. I don't quite get the Chet Holmgren thing yet.
Yeah, I'm not on with that.
I didn't get the DeAndre Ayton thing. I don't get the Chet Holmgren thing. I'll just willingly admit that. I'll try to catch up. I don't get it. But I don't think he's falling is the point. Like, I think those two are probably one or two. Or probably 1 and 2, excuse me. What I wonder is, does Paolo Banchero fall? And if he does that fall into the Sacramento Kings lap at number 4? Like, if we went, let's kill your dream. Let's shoot Sharpe up to 3 for the Houston Rockets. And now you have a situation where there's Jaden Ivey with the position concerns that you've outlined already on this show. There's Paolo Banchero there too, who I think is a more prominent 4, but at Duke was a 4 or 5 combo. Who do you ride with there?
Yeah, that was not even close for me.
That's Paolo.
Yeah.
Let's end the Jaden Ivey thing. Let's say Jaden Ivey moves into the top 3 and it becomes Sharpe or Paolo. Is it still Paolo?
I think it's Paolo. It's not as quick as it is. And I know it sounds great. No disrespect to Jaden Ivey, but I like Paolo more than Jaden Ivey. I like him slightly more than Shaedon. But yeah, it's Paolo.
I don't see him dropping.
I know James have talked about this, and there's been a lot of talk about. I don't see those guys dropping.
Any of those 3?
I don't see him dropping. And I was going through some stuff today before the show, actually, and all 3 of those guys, Jabari, Chet, and Paolo, they fit those 3 teams better than Shaedon and Jaden Ivey do. Any of those 3 teams.
Yeah.
You look at Orlando, they got Suggs and Cole Anthony. So, they're going big.
And Jabari might be the best player in the draft.
He might be.
Like he's legit.
He might be. So you got them. They got Wendell Carter still there, but maybe I was some things today. They think maybe Franz Wagner can play the 3. So now if you go Chet, you got Chet.
You mean Franz Wagner?
Franz Wagner, all rookie team.
That's right.
King should have took him.
Kings absolutely. Kenny, if you had to do it over again, would you want the Sacramento Kings to take Franz Wagner magically? Would you want them to magically draft him?
Want them to go beat up the Magic and steal their pick from him?
The wild part about it, the amount of times that question came in was just extraordinary. Franz Wagner's cooking. What do you think now? Like, what do you want to do? Like, what do you mean? What do we do? I don't know.
So, I think one of the bigs, probably Chet, to be honest with you, which I agree with you. I don't know, but probably Chet.
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
He fits what they want to do. You go to OKC, you got Shea and Giddey. You're probably going Paolo or Jabari there. You're not going. I mean, you could go Shaedon or Jaden for any of these things. Like, you can make the argument like Shaedon's a better prospect than Cole Anthony, or Shaedon's you get him and you trade SGA, or you get Shaedon and Ivy and you move Kevin Porter Jr. You can make the argument everywhere. I just don't think it happens. Like, there's no need to do that. So you go get your OKC, you go get Jabari Smith and you pair him with SGA and Giddey. You're Houston. You go get Paolo and you pair him up with Sengun and Jalen Green and all these guys, and now you're balancing out the roster. You move Christian Wood maybe to Sacramento for Harrison Barnes or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna. That's a James Ham long desire is the Christian Wood acquisition.
I to be honest with you, I would take Jabari and Paolo at 4 over those two, Jaden and Shaedon. We talked about it a little bit. I don't know if I'd take Chet over those two. I'm not.
If Chet's not getting the 4. Like that's not happening.
No, he's not. He's not going to afford.
There's just obviously something there that I guess we don't see. He stood out defensively, and maybe that's it. Like he stood out defensively for Gonzaga. Like that was clear. But I also I'm always quick to point this out. The Trae Young train, I missed it. Like in terms of like complete games, like I missed it. Trae went nuts in like October and November and like middle of December. So I'm like, all right, let me watch this kid before the tournament starts. Go watch the second half of that season. I don't want to say he was terrible, but he wasn't leading. Yeah, he wasn't leading Sports Center
teams on top.
And I was just sitting there like, I'm watching Oklahoma games every week. Like, this is the kid right here. Oh man, I'd convinced myself. Thankfully, I was wrong. I ruined this kid's career. Second I started watching, he stunk. I ruined it. He was lighting it up when I was watching him on Sports Center. When I tried to watch Oklahoma play, it didn't happen. DeAndre Ayton is the one. I watched theirs. I was like, we went from Michael Porter Jr. to DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, I wasn't sold on
like you talk about. Like, I mean, he looked like DeAndre Ayton played college basketball like he hated it. Like he'd be on the floor like, I don't want to be here. There has to be something better for me to do. He's obviously turned into a fine ball player. The circumstances around him in Phoenix now are a little sketchy, and it does not fit. Even though, Phoenix, oh yeah, we're going to get that taken care of. When it's time like that, there's something off with those two right there. But DeAndre's turned into he's a fine basketball player.
Yeah, he's good.
That's another one.
He's a good player.
I didn't get it when I watched Gonzaga this year, and obviously they were all over the place. It's like, okay, really number one. Cool.
Speaking of Aiden, I just think back to last postseason when and he's very good. Aiden is very good. But when Bill Simmons came on there, he's like, is he David Robinson?
Oh my God, dude. No, he is not. He is in fact not David Robinson.
Oh man, but yeah,
fine ball player though.
Chet is. I see, like he's one of those guys, almost like Anthony Davis, who I think he shot up in height at some point in high school. So he has some guard skill sets. Maybe he just didn't really get a chance to show him too much at Gonzaga because of the way they played and having Timmy there and everything that was needed. But I didn't really see too much of that this year. One thing that I think about that I don't think will be an option in the NBA is they talk about like he's a guy that can stretch the floor, and he didn't shoot well in college. Like he didn't shoot the ball, but like he was the pick and pop guy. He was the guy that Timmy and everybody would kick out to, and he wasn't this great shooter. I just laugh at that a little bit because I do think he'll be a better shooter in the NBA, and that won't be an issue. But yeah, I don't know, man. There's something about Chet that I'm not like. I think he's gonna be good, but when people talk about can't miss type guy, like I don't see that from him. I don't see that at all.
I'm trying to pull up. He shot 39% from three. It's not bad.
No,
you're talking about Chet. That's not bad.
Maybe it was later in the year where I would see this stuff where he kind of
you ruined him. You did what I did to Trae.
Maybe that
did what I did to Trae Young. I'm tuning into Oklahoma every week. Like you've got to be kidding me. Like I'm waiting for the big 40-point performance, and I'm getting 9. Like oh man.
Maybe it was just because I started watching a lot of Gonzaga games, and he was not popping on that pick and pop. Like he wasn't hitting, but the numbers
Yeah, I mean, 60% from the field, 39% from three, 71% from the free throw line. He averaged 14 and essentially 10 last year.
I do think he'll be a good ball player, though. I don't know if he's a franchise changer. See, that's what I'm thinking about right now, right? I'm thinking about a franchise changer. Franchise, like top 3, and then even now 4 with Sacramento. And maybe are my expectations too much? I'm looking for a guy that one day will be, and I keep talking about this, and this is maybe it's pie in the sky. What Jason Tatum did in Milwaukee, which one of these guys can do that for me? Maybe it's none of them, and you say get that out of your head and start to think about other things that these guys can do. But I'm looking around, I'm like, yo, I need a guy in a playoff series or late in the season. I feel good because we got this guy. This is the guy that we got. This game's late. We need a bucket. Oh, he can do whatever. He may step back. He may attack the basket. He may fade away on him. We're good. That's what I'm looking for in top 3, top 4.
I think that goes to, to go back to the question that you asked a little bit ago. Does the weight of the pick change now? Like, is there is the weight of the 4th overall pick, like, is that pretty heavy for the Sacramento Kings? And this isn't definitively like, yeah, like everything changed for Monte McNair's offseason when the Portland Trailblazers name was called. Mm-hmm. Everything changed there. And whether it was 4, 3, 2, or 1, like, you were going to have a dramatically different evaluation period than you did before. And I think part of the thing that you have to evaluate at 7 or 8 is who can we find that can fit and that will be with our team long term. And fairly or unfairly, I think when you start creeping in the top 5, top 4, top 3, you have to start evaluating the things that Kenny Caraway is talking about right now. Who could potentially be a superstar? Like, who could be an all-star? Who could be an all-NBA player? Who could be, I don't think your line of thinking is uncommon at all. Who could be Jason Tatum? Mm-hmm. Who could be Luka Doncic? Who's going to lead the 25 under 25 list, every year for the next 5 to 6 years? Right. Is that guy here at 4? So yeah, I absolutely think everything changed. You had the ability, whether you had a trade ship or finding someone who fit, finding the right guy for what you were building with Mike Brown and Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. Now, all of those things, it's like when you upgrade packages, like you get all of the stuff in package B, but you also get this. And that's essentially what you've got to find the guy that fits with Sabonis and Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox. But you also got to look for that potential superstar intangible. You have to look for the Jason Tatum type. You've got to look for the Luka Doncic type, the Trae Young type. You've got to find that here at 4. So it puts a tremendous amount of more weight on Monte McNair, this front office, and this team who is going to make, I don't know, I feel like we do this all the time, the most important pick in recent Kings memory. Right.
Yeah, that's what we keep having here in Sacramento.
It's like, it was like through all of 2020, we're in unprecedented times. Well, what would be cool is just being in precedented times. Like, let's just have like a normal Tuesday for once, instead of having never before has the entire world yet. No, I'm good with that. Every year with the Kings, most important offseason for the Kings, most important coaching hire, most important trade deadline. And now it's the most important draft pick, in that you're either making the pick or it's a part of a significantly more attractive trade package than something at 7 or 8 would be. Because we questioned either the day of the lottery or the day before, if the draft isn't super strong, how attractive is a 7 and 8 pick as an asset? Well, now that pick is a 4, Oh, it's the IG model on the beach. That's a good looking pic that's getting likes.
Yeah, man.
That was a good analogy.
That
was solid.
Going up right there.
That was good. It took me an hour. It took me about an hour and 40 to really get warmed up. But now we in there. We in there. We ready to go.
Hey, like I said, and tell me if I need to change my thinking. But I'm looking for a guy that potentially can be the best player on a playoff team. That's what I'm looking for. And if I need the Roddies, I need, all the Roddy who likes Keegan Murray, or not Roddy, Murray who likes Keegan Murray. Mm-hmm. I need anybody else who likes Jaden Ivey. Tell me that Jaden Ivey and Keegan Murray can be the best player on a playoff team. And if you don't think so, be like, we don't have to look for that here. Say, I don't think that Shaedon Sharpe can be that, understandably. But that's what I'm looking for here. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a guy at 4 that can be the best player on a playoff team.
Okay, we'll talk more. We're going to talk to Butcher Boy, too. Butcher Boy, Joe Shasky.
Furthest thing from his mind is the draft. I'll be there one day.
He's thinking championship, but he's got a couple of players that would fit quite nicely here in Sacramento. So we'll talk more about the draft. Pablo, we see you. Don't hang up. We want to talk to you. You want to be a part of the conversation, you can. 916-349-1320. Steelo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Unpopular opinion, Cody. I agree with you. I like Jabari. I don't know if Jabari is that. I think Paolo is more that than Jabari.
As of tomorrow, I am taking a leave of absence from the majority of my responsibilities at WWE. WWE is a lifelong legacy for me, and I look forward to returning to the company that I love after taking this time to focus on my family.
The hell?
Stephanie.
What? Oh, man, I hope she's okay.
Man, I just think some ill stuff is going on there, man. I feel like they're a mess.
Wow.
I feel like that whole damn company's a mess right now.
You did a house show that I didn't get a chance to watch. I'll go back and watch, but I didn't hear what your thought was on Sasha and Naomi.
One, like WWE should just don't post that stuff. Like, I think it's a really bad look when you post stuff like that in the moment. Like, if you posted it today, okay, you've had 4 days or, however many days to cool down, to gather your thoughts, to gather all of the information, and to put out something measured. When you put something out instantly like that, it reeks of we're trying to get ahead of the story, right? And emotion. And you did this before with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and it was an absolute disaster for you, for your company, for everything. Like, it was a disaster when you buried Stone Cold Steve Austin. There's also it's really hard to ignore that Sasha and Naomi are black too. And you read things like attitude problems and fall in line and stuff like that. And it's like, all right, want to read a little bit more about this and understand a little bit more about this. And of course, there's 3 sides to the story, right? Like, there's the WWE side, there's Sasha and Naomi's side, and then there's probably what actually happened.
Right.
But it just feels like the WWE is like they're just they've lost their footing as the company that they were. You know what I mean? And I think one thing that WWE always had going for them that I don't know that AEW has this, and I know WCW never did, is in WWE you always knew who was in charge.
Right. Vince
is still in charge, obviously, but I think he has a lot of buffers. Like, I don't know that you can necessarily get to Vince the way that you used to. And I think that's creating some problems. I think that's creating like issues like what you saw or what allegedly happened on Monday. But it's a terrible, terrible look for the company. I don't really have any beef with Sasha and Naomi because, at least to the best of my knowledge, I don't think they've said anything.
Yeah.
So this kind of falls on WWE's shoulders, and it looks bad to me. It looks terrible.
And they're not going to release her or nothing like that.
There's no chance. There is absolutely no chance they'd release Sasha. And there's Naomi. I doubt because of the bloodline. Like, I don't know that you're gonna risk that.
The tribal chief might.
Yeah, I don't know that you're willing to risk that. But risking Sasha walking onto the competitor on Wednesday night, Sasha's one of the best in the world. Mm-hmm. There ain't no way that they're doing that. See, that's not the same. That's not the same, Bryce. Like, I read that whole thing. That's not even remotely the same. That's you assuming. That's all of us assuming. There's some pretty good knowledge from him, but that's a lot different than putting their name on it and putting it out there on a press release like WWE did. I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. With the number 4 pick, man, I don't know how we don't. Jesse asking me these hard-hitting questions. I'm trying to give him an answer. He goes, no, we're on the air. All right. Jesse asked if we were doing an 8-hour draft show. It sure feels like it.
Yeah.
It sure feels like it.
Might be 7.
We were in for a variety of reasons we didn't. And that was KC, I think, looking out for me on Tuesday. We were going to do a draft lottery show. It's about 4:55. I pulled up Deuce and Mo, and there were like 700 people in there. I was like, I don't see any reason we need to do this. Like, the Kings fans are covered.
Yeah,
they got this. Like, we're good.
I didn't even see that. Like I said, it was about 4:55. It's like, don't even worry about it, man.
So Kenny texted me. That was the night I lost Smoothie. Kenny texted me, don't worry about it. Just chill. I was like, oh, thank God. We would have been like Uncle Nick with 6 people watching us. Like, hey guys, we're here. Like, we're here. We're doing a draft lottery show. Like, forget it.
That scoreboard.
Like, forget it. Like, we bowed out. We all do some Mo with all them people in there. Hey, we'll see you tomorrow. It'll be good, guys. It'll be good. We'll see y'all tomorrow. But draft day, like, I don't know how we don't do the old school 8-hour draft show with the number 4.
Yeah,
we got the number 4 overall pick.
Terrence, I don't know, man. What, as Mike Tyson once said. Somebody needs to pony up something, though.
The draft show in person? Is that what he's asking? Yeah. Oh yeah, we'll see. I know what he's asking. Oh yeah.
Somebody got to pony up something, man.
Y'all have no idea, man. We try, dude. Like, we try so hard. Like, the dreams of going like into the studio are already like falling apart. It's like yo, we're gonna have these LED boards for you, and Jesse's gonna have his own room. The last thing we heard, the LED boards, they gone. And now Jesse ain't even got his own room no more. And it's like, wait a minute. What are we doing right now? So I gotta go visit Charlie's.
That's the last piece of our puzzle. Everything else is straight. We just gotta figure out this whole little dynamic.
There's a lot of things, like, we could always plan a show and then just put the big canceled graphic up the day of and see how that goes. We could do that. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure some things out, man. We work with what we got here.
As Mike Tyson once said, I don't know, man. What?
Mike Tyson also said everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. I'm pretty sure the ESPN 1320 studio budget got punched in the mouth at some point over the course of the last 2 months. The budget's reeling. the budget is reeling. It's groggy. It's on
the ropes.
It's on a standing 8 count, man. It's on a standing 8 count, and as Rob W says, due to unforeseen circumstances, D'Lo and KC will not be broadcasting live from their new studio.
Yeah, you're gonna be at the building by itself. The
Jesse's,
old building at that.
Jesse's gonna be in that old. That building it's the most useless building on the planet. It is enormous, like it is giant for no reason. And I'm pretty sure there's like on average like 10 people there a day because salespeople work differently now. Everybody's got 10 different jobs that keeps them out of the studio, and the only people that are there are like Big Mike, Mia Moore, and Jesse.
Yeah.
See, that's the old government department. I know that area very well. That's the government department. They don't even work there anymore. They haven't gone back. They're like, nah, we're never going back. We're not doing that.
Ain't happening.
The Will Kane Memorial Studio.
Hold on, man. 1 second.
Oh, Lord. Why are you doing this?
You always talk crazy about me getting that MLB.TV package. Pause. And I just got to see 2 walk-offs. How about that?
That's not worthy of the glass.
Hey, man. It's a big May series between the Orioles and the Yankees. Orioles walked off on the Yanks. What a moment. And just now in the bottom of the 10th, Pete Alonso just walked off for the Mets on the Cardinals. This is going to be a day that goes down in history.
No, it's not. You disrespect the glass almost once a day.
Come on, man.
That's right. Kevin Owens in a bald wig comes out. You're Deuce Mason when he faked the head shave. Every time you hit the glass break, that's what you're doing. Roddy knows what it is. Abusing the glass privileges.
Come on, man. You should have seen Pete Alonso. What's he called? The polar bear?
Dude, I have no clue.
Hit a bomb. Walked off.
Why is he called the polar bear?
I don't know. I don't know. He's called the polar bear. I mean, now, let's not act like Pete Alonso's a nobody. He won the home run derby last year. Beat Ohtani.
I'm not acting like he's a nobody. I'm acting like this game is happening on May 19th, and you're hitting the breaking news glass for it.
Hey, in October, you're going to be like, man, remember that time, 2 walk-offs?
No, I guarantee you I'm not. I absolutely guarantee you I'm not.
This isn't the 10th inning, but Jesse put this in.
It doesn't matter.
And this was hilarious. Did you see the Reds combined no-hitter?
Oh God,
they lost.
That's funny. That's a story. That's a story right there. When your team throws a no-hitter. 1, I think the combined no-hitter is trash. 2, like it shouldn't even be acknowledged as something, like it's nothing. 2, the fact that you did it and lost, that's the story.
That's hilarious.
That's the story.
The Reds stink. That is hilarious. There was something else I was going to say about, I forgot it. Oh, no, that wasn't that. I forgot it. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Like
when I think about it, I'll break the glass.
Please don't. we need to come up with something different for you.
But look, other basketball news. I will mention this here. Okay. Did you see my tournament?
Oh my.
The one that I put on? Well, I don't know if I put on, but I'm the one that stays
basketball tournament
that way. Yeah, the basketball tournament, TBT. They're having one of their regionals at Rucker Park.
Okay.
That'll be dope. They usually do them, in arenas and stuff like that. They go into Rucker and having the TBT, the regional finals in Rucker. Let's go.
Okay.
Might have to go. ESPN 1320. Can you send me there? Live at Rucker Park.
Apparently, you just missed the breaking news about ESPN 1320's budget. we can't get in the studio, and your ass is trying to go to New York to cover the basketball tournament. Goodness,
we're
gracious.
everywhere. You ain't never there.
Jeff Hardy Rules is asking us, did we talk about Mike Brown hiring Rudy Fernandez yet? We absolutely did not. And we will, though. I promise. That is, and I think it's Jordy Fernandez.
I was about to say, is that breaking glass? No, Rudy Fernandez.
It's Jordy Fernandez, but I was putting him up on the screen. That's all right. Hey, he can make a mistake.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
He can make a mistake. That's all right.
I'm not judging at all. I'm not judging at all.
We'll talk about that hire and what it may mean for the Sacramento Kings as we roll along here. Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Oh, goodness gracious. Butcher Boy Joe Shasky getting ready to join us here in just a few minutes.
I wouldn't go read it. I just acknowledged it.
Okay. Roosevelt Park.
And who calls it Roosevelt Park, by the way? Who?
Brad.
It's called 10th and P, sir.
Well, to Brad, it's called Roosevelt Park. I also hope, we're talking Kings, and we'll continue to talk Kings. We're going to talk to Butcher Boy here in just a second. I do want to make sure just because it's too good not to, we do have to carve out a couple of minutes to talk about your boy Nick Saban, Jimbo Fisher, and Deion Sanders. It's
a whole lot of snitching going on.
It's like attempted snitching. Like there's just so much happening. Like, damn, like the season's 3 months away. We're here. Okay. All right. So we'll talk about that. You'll hear Jimbo's animated response is very much worth hearing. We also learned that Charles Barkley, I don't think Charles Barkley knows what Mount Rushmore is, at least based on an answer that he gave on a recent show about his Mount Rushmore of basketball. I don't think he knows what it is. So we'll dive into all of that stuff. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals is tonight. We'll talk about that. Looks like Marcus Smart still probable right now. Al Horford is cleared to play. Mm-hmm. Derek White is out for personal reasons. So that's all. And I think Kyle Lowry already ruled out for the Miami Heat.
Tough.
So those are some of the updates. Obviously, Marcus Smart is the biggest one. So we'll talk about that game 2 coming up here as the show rolls along. Game 1 last night, the Golden State Warriors just absolutely blew out the Dallas Mavericks. I think that had a lot to do with the Golden State Warriors and the way that they played. Mm-hmm. But as Kenny has talked about for the last few weeks, that had a lot to do with the Dallas Mavericks as well, because that's what the Dallas Mavericks look like when that 3-point shot isn't falling. Yeah. And that 3-point shot didn't fall to the tune of 22% last night.
I just don't. They didn't hit shots. They didn't hit their threes. We talked about that, but I'm even thinking about it a little bit more. I just don't even think you could beat the Warriors like that. Like, you may be able to get a game, maybe 2, but when you're a one-trick pony like that, nah, they got too much firepower. They're too disciplined. They're too good on the defensive end. They can beat you at that game as well. I already thought the Warriors were winning the series. This might be a quick series. This might be a quick series. I'm not gonna say sweep.
Did you do that to Dallas? Did you do that to Dallas against Phoenix?
Oh yeah,
I can't.
Major way.
Oh, you did.
I did. I was like, yeah, this one. I said if they didn't win Game 3, they were going to get swept. And I said if they won Game 3, maybe they still have a shot of making it a series. Never at any point did I think they were winning the series. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I didn't think they would beat Phoenix. But Phoenix, Golden State is I think they got a little too much for Dallas.
Yeah, I ain't throwing stones. I didn't think they'd. I didn't think you were talking about that the series would be a sweep if they don't win Game 3. I didn't think they were winning Game 3. I thought they were. I thought if the Dallas Mavericks were going to win one against Phoenix, it was going to be the useless one in Game 4 after the series was already 3-0. So they proved me wrong as well. But this Warriors team, they feel like this whole postseason, they've been in a vibe.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop short of saying, man, they keep getting better every game. Collectively, Man, they looked pretty damn good last night. And that version of the Golden State Warriors, that version that we saw last night, they don't look beatable.
I mean, at least not by Dallas. Like, I think maybe some guys in the East can get with them.
Mm-hmm.
And not Dallas can't do it. I know that much. So
Dallas is going to have to find a different way. I mean, they're getting like Luka's getting live by the three, die by the three tatted on his. Shoot, all of them get it tatted on their arm, man. And you saw, you see the good and the bad with Luka so regularly in games like this, as you saw the early Luka hit, because we talked about there was one of the Suns games. It was like the Suns had like a 17-0 run, and you could see Luka, forcing possession after possession, one man possession, one after the other. Or one touch possession, I should say. And then you saw the opposite, because you noted this earlier. Well, it's not like it was a 20-point game the entire night or a 30-point game the entire night. Like Dallas had, I think they had pulled within, it started to balloon a little bit. And I think they had pulled within like 7 or 8 off of Luka hit back-to-back threes.
Mm-hmm.
And that has almost the same effect. Like Luka hitting a couple of shots has almost the same effect as him missing a couple of shots. Because the next 2 possessions after those back-to-back threes, it was Luka and it was Luka only.
Yeah.
And you see, it's like you can get great returns with Luka that way. You can also get moments like that where he pulls you back to within 7, but he wants to get you over the hump.
Right.
Things go the other way, and a couple possessions later, you're back down 12.
Yeah, because it gets a little thirsty. It's a little thirsty out there. And like I said, I just don't think that you can do that against a team like the Warriors. They're too good. They're too disciplined. Yeah, they need to reevaluate some things and have a little bit of a change up in what they're able to do. But the problem with that is, I don't know if they got a change up in them, to be honest with you. I really don't. I think they're a one-trick pony, and their only chance are all these threes.
Well, that sucks, because we could have a couple of more games like the one we saw last night.
We absolutely could. Yeah.
11 of 48. That's what the Dallas Mavericks were last night. 11 of 48. Luka was 3 of 10. He hit 2 of those in like 2 possessions in the second quarter. So that's the type of night that he had. Things just couldn't really get going for him. And then you just saw really, really balanced scoring. And to credit, by the way, we're talking about the shot not falling for Dallas. Give credit to the Golden State Warriors. I thought they guarded the perimeter really well. They tried to take away the 3-point shot. They saw what beat Phoenix and game plan for that. And I thought they did a really good job. And I think that's why they had such a collective effort on both ends of the floor.
Oh, for sure. For sure. They absolutely played a factor in the rough night for Dallas. And they had a great game plan. Shout out Mike Brown on the defensive end. And they executed it flawlessly. And they made it look easy last night. There's going to come a time in this series where they're going to have to gut something out. They're going to have to dig deep and figure out how to stop Luka or stop the barrage of threes. They're going to have those moments. But, man, they made it look easy last night.
It's made me chuckle. I just realized that Dallas hit more threes than Golden State did. It was 11 to 10. Just Dallas took 20 more.
Oh, my gosh.
They took 20 more to make that one more.
Wow.
Oh, man.
It's not a good look.
No, it's not. But watching Jordan Poole is fun. Yeah. Like that young man is really coming to his own, man. He's a good ball player. This is a frustratingly rich Golden State Warriors team. I mean, this is that brutal transition we talked about during last year's draft. As we talk about the Kings having that number 4 pick, we looked back last year when the Warriors were coming off of that year where they, I'm sure, happily lost a couple of games. They had multiple top picks, and man, here they are. You look at guys like Jordan Poole and the way that he's playing, and with Gary Payton the second's future will be certainly really, really interesting with this team. And if they can find a way, or whether they can find a way to develop their other young guys in Kuminga and Moody, will really tell the story perhaps of the Golden State Warriors for the next 5 years.
Yeah, the basketball guys were looking down on these guys because they're set. They're set to be able to be in the conversation every year.
Every single year.
Every year. Will there be years where there's better teams and, maybe they're the third or fourth best team, whatever? Sure. But every year they're going to be able to come in and be like, we got a shot. If we add this piece here, or if, things break white in this way, we got a shot.
Man.
And
that's why you got it, man. That's why you got to hit right on the draft. We shifted gears. Apologies. We probably had just a miscommunication with Butcher Boy. He's got so many things on his table. He wasn't really able to get in here into the chat. So we'll connect with Butcher Boy down the road. But we shifted gears to the Warriors. We thought Butch was going to join us, but we could shift back here because we just outlined this team. We just outlined this young team, and it speaks to the importance of drafting. I wonder what, when you win like this, and we hear Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, we hear their names brought up all of the time from whether it's sports media people or it's us, fans, whatever it may be.
Right.
I'm curious what the Golden State Warriors think. Like, what do the Golden State we're starting to understand what they think about Jordan Poole. They like Jordan Poole. We're going to find out how much when they have to pay him this upcoming offseason. But what do they think of Kuminga, Moody? What do they think of their younger guys that really haven't had an opportunity to get on the floor because the window for them to win championships is, based on what we're seeing right now, it's like it's golden one center door open. Like there is all sorts of room for this team to continue to win titles.
Yeah, it really is. And you even look at, a guy like Steph, right? And he's older, right? But I think his game will age just fine. It's fine. Maybe they got Jordan Poole there and he does more of the heavy lifting with handling the ball and doing all this other stuff. And Chef Curry is a little more of a spot up guy. Perfect. Like you gonna help off Steph Curry? I don't care if he's 47. You gonna help off Steph Curry? We're the best shooter ever play. So I'm what you saying? Looking with them jealous eyes. You got them jealous eyes.
Lust in your eyes. Yeah, it's like you talk about the basketball gods. When you're in basketball god heaven, can you not see Sacramento when you're looking down on San Francisco? Like, we're really close together. I feel like you should be able to see us. Like, even if you just drop like a little good fortune on San Francisco, especially from basketball god heaven, I feel like at least a little bit would sprinkle into Sacramento.
This is the one time, and maybe the only time, where I would hope the basketball gods would be like, oh, we can sprinkle some love. It's the Bay Area. Sacramento's the Bay Area. Sprinkle some love on the whole Bay Area.
Yeah, who knew that the basketball god was actually Too Short, who sees Sacramento as part of the Bay Area and is just trying to drop some good fortune here. And maybe that's what we saw on Tuesday when the Sacramento Kings moved up to the number 4 pick.
That was major, by the way. That was major. The Kings moving up to 4. We talked about it a little bit. I mean, I was slouched back on the couch watching it. And there's always, when it starts, there's always for me, there's like some butterflies. I'm like,
oh, sure.
Talk about the whole time. It's whatever. Like, da-da-da-da. Once they start opening them envelopes, I'm like, oh, what if this is the day? And when I saw Portland at that 7, I got on the edge of the seat.
Oh,
I was like,
man.
Oh, well, at first I wasn't sure. I was like, wait, does this mean what I think it? And then
I started.
And I said,
I started at 8. Don't be the Kings. Don't be the Kings. Don't be the Kings. And okay, it's not the Kings. And it's like anyone but the Kings. And great shot of Dame Lillard. But by the way, I absolutely hate that I missed you guys yesterday. I thought perfect day for James to do the entire show. By the way, did y'all tell any Pacers jokes? Were there anybody got something? Did the Indiana Pacers move up in the draft, or because everyone was talking about how the Pacers were doing it right and they were losing games? I'm just curious. Were there anybody got?
Hey, look, we're
No?
Ice and Rory. They got upset that I mentioned it. That I mentioned the tanking.
Oh, hey.
Then they're like, well, the 3 teams that tanked, they were top 3, so it obviously worked. Okay. That's fine. I'm just telling you, they told me the Kings should have tanked. That's the only way to do it. They have to lose games at the end. That's the only way to move up in the draft and get in the prime spot.
You mean they had to do what Portland did?
Well. Portland was taking people from the local 24-hour fitness to play for the last 25 games.
I heard Portland offered Trista Crick a contract. That's what I heard. But she, with all her responsibilities in New York and DC.
Ice is, Ice, you want to get mad at me because his little strategy didn't work this year. We'll see.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Hate to see it when the strategy fails. We'll come back.
Oh, man.
We'll certainly have some fun at somebody's expense. We'll continue this draft conversation. We want to talk about the newest addition to the Sacramento Kings coaching staff as well. We got all that coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, man. I'll be right back.
Let's see. The 13th round action. Let me get my timer ready, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to make sure the timer's ready. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew doing what they do. Today, I wanted to talk about 2 things. Number 1, Devin Haney boarded a flight for Australia to get ready for his unification bout in the 135 division, I believe it is, against George Kambosos. He's going to Australia. Messed up thing about it is, for whatever reason, some of the people were hating on Bill Haney, his father, his trainer, the guy that got him into this game and been with him every step of the way. They've been hating on him, and they didn't approve his visa to be able to travel to Australia. So now in the biggest fight of his career, Devin's got to do it without his head trainer and without his father, who's been with him every step of the way throughout this entire journey. And Bill said it wasn't disapproved. It wasn't approved. It's just sitting there in limbo. They hadn't been able to take care of it. And that sucks. Let me just say that. Absolutely sucks. I think Devin is going to go over there, beat the brakes off Kambosos. He's going to come back with all the straps. And Kambosos, he did God's work by beating Tiafimo. You know what I mean? So shout out to him. We'll never forget him for that. He did God's work and handled business. But he about to lose to Devin. And then Kambosos, he ain't never going to get them straps again. So at least he got a big title fight in Australia, and he'll get to do that in front of the home crowd, and everything will be good in that respect. But Devin, especially now that they've been messing with his pops and all this other stuff, he coming to get them straps, man. Devin coming to get them straps. Bill, don't worry. As you said, you prepared your boy for these type of moments. He'll be ready to go. He coming back with all the gold, baby. Can't wait. That's the 13th round. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before they something gets under their skin. Yeah, Uncle Nick, the other Uncle Nick. You see, Jimbo is Nick. He's looking in the mirror. He's like, damn, this guy does exactly what I do. He moves about it, and he's even more heartless than me. Jimbo. I didn't see this. This is hilarious if it really happened. Not KJJK says, hey, did y'all see CBS Sports put out a mock draft on YouTube? And the analyst made the point that the Kings are, quote, still trying to move Buddy Hield.
That was Avery Johnson?
No, yeah, we need the audio.
Yeah, we need that. We need that.
We need the audio. Oh, man.
There's so much happening at my house over the course of the next couple of days. Goodness gracious. Avery. Let's see if I can find this on Twitter.
That's funny.
Oh, I think I might have found it. Oh, I think we got a gem here. I think we got a gem here that we didn't know about. Oh yeah, Miss P just sent it to me. All right, Miss P. Oh, this is good. This is good stuff. Let me get this queued up and get ready.
What are these people doing, man?
Hey, real quick, can I just thank everyone who sent messages yesterday on social media? I really appreciated that. I appreciated everybody who sent pictures of their dogs and shared their experiences with their pets. And that's about all I could probably get out right now without crying. I just wanted to tell y'all, man, I really, really appreciated that yesterday.
Much love, man. Much love. Straight up.
There was something I really wanted to talk to the chat house because, like, you know, we do this 20 plus hours every week. Like, you get to know, you know, there are other characters here on the show. Cheryl and El Grove, the Queen Bee, Reese. For me, you know, there are still some elements of my life that don't really make the show, but yo, especially if you watch and you've seen Smoothie and Sprout, and I was like, I don't want to post this stuff on social media, but I really wanted the people who are a part of this show to see that, and just to get the response was great, but the people who posted pictures and shared their experiences was just it was something, man. Yesterday was tough, but that really helped a lot.
Hey, man, like I said, we got your back, man. Love all the way around, man. Chatty House, you know, they show love. You know, me and Jesse got you. 100%.
Appreciate it. And now I believe we're all going to have a good laugh.
Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was Avery Johnson.
Oh, Avery, why?
I believe this was Avery Johnson just a couple days ago.
Oh no.
Oh, so I'm you know, it never goes well when I first hit play. Let's not pretend like we didn't know how this was going to go. Avery Johnson. Nope, that's over.
Available.
There we go.
I agree with Gary. Jaden Ivey is the best player. And, you know, when you look at this roster construction, my wife and I ran into Buddy Hield a couple of weeks back, and I think this also makes sense because I think Sacramento is going to find a new home for Buddy Hield. He really wanted to get traded to the Lakers. The Lakers, unfortunately, in their case, decided to go trade for Russell Westbrook instead of Buddy Hield, and that didn't work out well. And Westbrook doesn't really complement LeBron's skill set, but Buddy Hield does. So look for Buddy Hield to force his way out. Then you're going to need some depth at the guard spot. You're going to need somebody that can relieve De'Aaron Fox, play with De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, man. That's fantastic. Oh, that's fantastic. Avery Johnson.
Wow.
So when we tell y'all they don't watch the Kings, we really, really mean they don't watch the Kings. And apparently they don't apparently they don't watch the Pacers either. So there's that too. Apparently, they don't watch the Pacers.
Come on, Avery. You know better than that.
Oh,
you know better than
man.
that, Avery.
As Leezy said, Bart Scott, now this. I love that he ran into Buddy Hield. Like, that's probably the best part. Like,
I wonder where he saw Buddy at.
He ran into Buddy Hield, and did Buddy say, "Damn, I hate Sacramento"? Like, what? Like, how did this all get started? Oh man.
Oh man, come on, man.
Hashtag king indeed.
Avery. Hated had to be him.
And the best, you know what the truly best part about it being Avery?
I definitely believe in best player available. I agree with Gary. Jaden Ivey is the best player.
It's the delivery.
And, when you look at this roster construction, my wife and I ran into Buddy Hield a couple of weeks back. And I think this also makes sense because I think Sacramento is going to find a new home for Buddy Hield. He really wanted to get traded to the Lakers. The Lakers, unfortunately, in their case, decided to go trade for Russell Westbrook instead of Buddy Hield, and that didn't work out well. And Westbrook doesn't really complement LeBron's skill set, but Buddy Hield does. So look for Buddy Hield to force his way out. Then you're going to need some depth at the guard.
There's just so much there. Like Buddy Hield complements LeBron James' skill set. Oh man.
Russell Westbrook doesn't really complement LeBron's skill set. Buddy Hield does. So look for Buddy Hield to force his way out of Sacramento soon, and they're going to have to look for a replacement or a backup for Fox.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh man, Avery, brother, that's my. It's just the best part is that he ran into Buddy Hield. That's the best part. Me and my wife ran into Buddy Hield. He's gonna force his way out of Sacramento.
And you know what? It's interesting that you brought this up because me and my wife, we ran into Buddy the other day, a couple of weeks ago.
Oh man, so wonderful. So wonderful.
That's where I had to do the double test. So, you did. Okay.
Covering this team is so much fun. It's so much fun. As Gregory L says, Avery and Mrs. Johnson, I got to get out of Sacramento. Oh man, can you? Okay.
Oh jeez.
I love Avery Johnson and all the respect in the world for Buddy Hield.
We talk all the time.
No doubt.
Mistakes go.
No.
Mistakes.
Yeah, right. But can you envision a conversation between Avery Johnson and Buddy Hield? Like, what would that sound like? What would a conversation between Avery Johnson and Buddy Hield sound like?
Facts.
No, that's Earl.
No, it's Buddy too, though. Facts. Earl. Facts. It's a different cadence.
Oh, that's a different cadence. You're right. You're right. Oh man, that made my day. I kind of remember that popping up on Twitter, but I didn't watch the video. That was I love this so much.
Oh man. Well, Avery, like I said, Avery, I hated it had to be him.
That's all right, brother.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
It's all right, Avery. We got you, baby. We got you. So can't play this video, but did you see Charles?
I didn't. Well, I saw Charles. I guess there was more than one video to watch of Charles.
Oh, there were. Oh, okay. I meant
talking to the crowd.
Yeah, that's the one we can't play.
Yeah, that's the one I saw.
Charles spoke to the crowd at the Chase Center with strong description of how he felt.
How do you feel about that? Like, I thought that was kind of whack by Warriors fans. Like, Warrior fans get on Charles Barkley all the time, and I always think it's kind of whack. Because It's really because ever since in 2015, he was like, I don't think a jump shooting team can win a championship. And he's like, it doesn't happen, which he wasn't wrong. Like the Warriors are like the first team to do that. You know what I mean? They got it done. And they've been on his head ever since. Oh, Charles just a hater, this and that, this and that. And they're always on Charles. I just think it's kind of whack. It's kind of corny.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's
Warrior
whatever.
fans
Like
corny in general, but
well, that's not going to argue with that either. But it's just, I think that's part of like I don't think Charles shies away from that stuff. I don't think it bothers him.
it bothered him yesterday.
I just think that's how Charles talks. Like that's just something Charles would say. He probably meant it too. Hey, I've seen. Well, never mind. Here's another video from Charles Barkley that we can actually play. This is. Well, Charles was asked. It looks like Spike Lee is here. I think that's Jackie Mack, and I think Renee Montgomery is a part of this.
Okay.
He was asked for his Mount Rushmore in NBA history.
Mm-hmm.
Mount Rushmore. Okay. We all know what Mount Rushmore is. Stones, 4 presidents. All right.
Yeah. Oh.
The Mount Rushmore, Charles Barkley. Here.
I think that the
Charles.
debate about who's the GOAT is lazy because you have to break down generations. These are the most important figures as far as basketball, in my opinion. You talk about Mr. Russell, who is the most important as far as social justice, obviously going back to Kareem. Then you look at Magic and Bird, then Michael, then you got Kobe, then you got LeBron, and we're so lucky to have it. Like, they're all on the Mount Rushmore, in my opinion. So I like to talk about all those guys because I think without those guys wouldn't be making $50 million a year. I think that the debate.
I don't think Chuck knows what Mount Rushmore is. I think Chuck thinks Mount Rushmore is just a different way of saying greatest of all time or best ever or just I mean, there's more room on the mountain. Like if you want to go, because I think how many did we count? Was that 7 or 8? 7. That's almost 2 full Mount Rushmores.
Get the other side of the mountain.
You could get the other side. That's right. I've never seen Mount Rushmore.
Never have. I heard it's really cool.
South Dakota either. So
I heard it's really cool. I heard it's cool. One of these days.
It's something I'd love to see, but I have zero intentions of going to South Dakota to see it.
Yeah, like getting there is the issue.
Like I would literally be going to South Dakota to see Mount Rushmore, and then I'd leave.
I think if I see Mount Rushmore, I'd have to be retired. Like I don't like because I'm gonna waste my PTO, my vacation. I'm going to Mount Rushmore. Really? No.
And like, has anyone been like? What do you do? Do you like? Because it's like it's not like the Hollywood sign. Like how close to this thing can you actually get?
Yeah, just like it looks like you can get relatively close.
Okay. Like you could get like George Washington's nostril close, or
like you're on the other side of the street close.
Yeah, but it's still a mountain that's way up here.
Like once again, it looks cool. It looks like something that I want to see. I just can't imagine me taking my vacation and my time and saying I'm going to South Dakota.
You'd have to be doing something else that takes you like, oh, I'm driving through South Dakota. I don't know where you'd be going, but you'd have to drive through South Dakota.
Minnesota closest up. That's right next to it, right?
Oh man, this ain't geography class. I have no idea. What are you talking about? I'm just glad I remember this was in South Dakota.
I know where my states are.
Well, Minnesota's up.
Yeah, South Dakota. Well, I mean, I think it's Minnesota's the length of North and South Dakota, I believe. If not, it's close enough.
Someone find out how, like, so can I fly into Minnesota, drive over to the Black Hills of South Dakota, see Mount Rushmore, come back?
I don't know if I'd want to drive no hill. I don't even like.
I don't know if I don't want to drive in something called the Black Hills.
Yeah, I was correct. South Dakota borders Minnesota. South and North Dakota border Minnesota. I know my states.
Okay. I wonder if I've never driven that north before. That's way too north. Way too north.
Where, Michigan?
Huh?
Michigan?
Oh, I've been to Michigan before, yeah.
Never been to Michigan.
Yeah, I've been to Michigan.
I'll be going right over the middle of the country.
I don't think there are many states I haven't been to. There are some states I ain't done nothing in, but there aren't many states. I've tried to avoid the southern ones. I've avoided a lot of the south. Well, I guess Tennessee is technically the South. Like, I mean, Tennessee's the South.
Would be thought of as the South, even though
Tennessee is the South.
But
I spent time in Tennessee.
I'll be flying right over the middle of the country.
How come no one, like, do we need to update Mount Rushmore? Like, someone need to like slide in and,
or we can.
That'd start like World War III. If it's, what president are we adding? Oh, that'd start a massive fight.
Start our own.
a new Mount Rushmore.
Start our own.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Anyways, that was an amusing clip from our friend Charles Barkley there. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Oh, we'll touch on that since we're laughing at clips. Jimbo Fisher and we're weeks away, months away from the college football season starting, and Nick Saban said yesterday that I don't know how Jackson State got thrown into this.
Come on, man. Come on. That was we didn't need to go there. Leave Deion out of this. Somebody said more Geico commercials for Nick Saban.
Right?
Aflac is what it is, actually.
The Aflac. That's right. It is Aflac. Nick Saban said Jackson State and Texas A&M bought they bought recruits, and he's given this big the funny part about all this is he's given this big press conference to like the richest people in Alabama. Like what I absolutely believe, because I think Nick Saban is smarter than this. I don't think Nick Saban is old man screaming at the clouds. Like, he knows what time it is.
Right.
He's telling these businesses, hey, these two universities just bought their recruits.
Mm.
You hear what I said?
Mm-hmm.
These universities just bought their recruits. Oh, these NIL deals, man. I don't know that we could sustain. I don't know that we could sustain this. I don't know that the NIL model is formed can sustain this. There is no sport in college more frightened of NIL deals than college football.
Mm.
College football is scary because in basketball, you get an NIL deal. Coach going to be hyped you around for 1 year, getting paid, let's go win a championship, send you off to the NBA.
Yeah.
College, you're around 3 years. In college, you could conceivably sign a 3-year, $3 million deal with a business. You could sign a couple of deals that gives you 3 years total of $5.5 million. You know why that makes them nervous? Because you could have a quarterback come in. You could have a defensive end come in. You could have a running back come in. You could have one of the best players on the planet walk through the door and instantly make more money than the coach.
Mm-hmm.
And imagine that power dynamic. When you got an 18-year-old kid who's worth about $5 million, and that's a stretch, but you get where I'm going. You got an 18-year-old worth $5 million and a coach who just had a press conference for his contract extension that pays him $3.5 million per year.
Mm.
Go ahead. Smart off to me, coach. Go ahead.
Look, no disrespect, but the defensive backs coach. Hey, go run some gassers. The hell out of my face, Grandpa. Grandpa.
Quarterback pulling up in their Maserati next to the special teams coach who's got his 2010 Honda Civic. Oh yeah, that'll go swimmingly.
I'm gonna need you to be the gunner on this special teams unit we got right now. Yeah, right.
Doesn't work for me, brother. Doesn't work for me, brother. Why don't you go be the gunner on this special teams?
Man, that's gonna be interesting. You got to recruit. You got to know who you're recruiting. You got to know what kind of character kids he's bringing in there. Because if somebody already getting that bag and they're not listening, you better listen to them. You better listen to them.
Let's hear what Jimbo had to say.
Jimbo was hot.
Jimbo
was hot.
He was.
Coach, like to respond to some comments made last night in Alabama?
Yes, I would. First of all, I'll say it's a shame that we have to do this. It's really despicable. It's despicable that somebody can say things about somebody and an organization. More importantly, 17-year-old kids. You're taking shots at 17-year-old kids and their families. And they broke state laws. They're all money. We bought every player on this group. We never bought anybody. No rules were broken. Nothing was done wrong. It was all and the way we do things, the ethics in which we do things. And these families, it's despicable that a reputable head coach could come out and say this when he doesn't get his way or things don't go his way. The narcissist in him doesn't allow those things to happen. And it's ridiculous. But when he's not on top and the parity in college football he's been talking about, go talk to coaches who coach for him. You'll find out all the parity. Go dig into wherever he's been. You can find out anything. And it's a shame that you got to sit here and defend 17-year-old kids and families and Texas A&M because we do things right.
Ooh. All right, Coach. There was more. There was more. He said some people think they're God. Like, man, he was. That kept going. By the way, we could let that ride for another 2 minutes. That absolutely kept going. He did not slow down whatsoever. Some of it was.
It's amazing. Some
amazing.
people think they're God.
There it is.
Go dig into how God did his deal. You may find out about a guy that a lot of things you don't want to know. We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past. Or anybody that's ever coached with him. You can find out anything you want to find out. What he does and how he does it. It's despicable. It really is. And it's a shame we have to sit up here and have this conversation about things we do. And it's personal to us. Yes, it is. It's personal to A&M. It's personal to our players. It's personal to our coaches and everybody involved. And I know the guy. Know him really well. It's amazing that we're allowed to do those things. It's really despicable. And I hate it. For our players who are coming here, who did things the right way, have done things the right way, and will continue to do things the right way, I apologize to you that people insult you publicly the way they're doing it. And our fans, I apologize to you guys for people saying those things about Texas A&M. I promise you this: there are no violations. There are nothing wrong. It's the second time we've had to do this with grown men who don't get their way and want to pout, throw a fit, and act up. Just go ask all the people who work for him. You know exactly what he's about. I always said this. My dad always told me this: when people show you who they are, believe them. He's showing you who he is.
Woo! Jimbo. First off, touch your chicken, the click you claim. West side, when we ride, coming quick, we came. Man, Jimbo brought that. That's the thing, though. If you're a college coach and you're gonna go out there and you're gonna start throwing stones, you better be careful. There ain't a college coach out there that hadn't done dirt, especially a successful one. Well, you better be careful.
Why? I'm just curious on this. Why are they talking? What's going on?
So it started with Saban. Saban had said, I think this is the.
They were both at like some kind of conference or something. Like
no.
Nick
Saban was talking. He was talking to like Alabama businessmen or something. Like he was on stage somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Jimbo was doing.
Jimbo created a convention in 24 hours just so he can be a speaker at it and have this moment. He's like, get everybody together. We're gonna
seriously. I think Jimbo called a press conference. I don't know why Jimbo would be meeting with the media on May 19th. Like he's in front of the A&M backdrop with the logo on it. Like this was called for him.
He said, my daddy used to tell me, somebody shows you who they are, you believe them.
Bro, you know he's pissed just by
And more importantly,
how fast he's
17-year-old
talking.
kids. You're taking shots at 17-year-old kids and their families.
He
They
ain't
broke state laws. They're all money. We bought every player on this group.
and he out there, and you know what? You know what I love? You know what I love about all of this is he's out there and he's referencing his kids. He's referencing his players.
Yeah.
That way, his players are like, "Let's go, coach. Let's go, coach." They're riding with Jimbo. Let's go, coach.
Master motivator.
Oh, man.
Pat Riley. I mean, it's always about the kids. It's always about the kids.
That's it.
With the college coaches. Yeah, it's always about the kids. I know somebody was trying to interrupt Jimbo when he was talking, and he was like,
That no, please, no, please, everyone, be quiet. Let me just say.
Jesse said Dabo sitting in the corner hoping no one calls him out next.
Dabo said, I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to shut up.
Hey, I'm on vacation. I ain't got nothing to do with this. I am not a part of this.
Yeah.
We'll come back.
It pays me.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, the draft. We'll talk a little bit about game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, what needs to happen for the Celtics to even up this series. We'll talk about Jordi Fernandez. He is the newest member of Mike Brown's coaching staff here in Sacramento. We got all that coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
We'll be right back.
That's, I guess we could do a little something here. Let's see here. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let me jot that in. Yeah. I tried to catch up a little bit just to have a general idea of what you guys talked about. I feel like I got a pretty good idea. Hopefully we haven't been repeating too much stuff today. Okay, good. What was I looking for? I was going to pull something on Stephanie, but I'm trying to find some more information on it. All that's really out there is her tweet. Yeah, no, it's I mean, absolutely. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. Yeah, I mean, certainly could be. Certainly could be. But that's a position you have to fill. Like, she's a chief brand officer. Like, that's a position you absolutely have to fill. Oh, that's funny. Oh, right on time. Nick Saban apologizes to Jimbo Fisher. I ain't even going to tell Kenny that. I don't either. That's probably that's almost certainly 100% of what it is. I don't. Yeah. SEC commissioner. Oh, this story is actually getting better. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey reprimanded both Texas A&M coach Jimbo Fisher and Alabama coach Nick Saban after the two ignited a fiery feud. Let's see. A day after Fisher and the Aggies, Saban, I should have never singled anyone out. That was a mistake. I apologize for that. said Saban, who also explicitly referenced Deion Sanders in Miami basketball. Fisher called Saban's comments despicable 6 times in a 10-minute press conference on Thursday. All right. Oh my gosh. This is a game of the year right there. Yeah. No. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, did I see that? No, I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, I think that's okay. He might be.
Who's this?
Monty.
Yeah.
KC, I got something for you.
Uh-oh. What we got?
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey reprimanded both Texas A&M coach Jimbo Fisher and Alabama coach Nick Saban after the two ignited a fiery feud this week. Saban also apologized to Jimbo and the Aggies on an interview on Sirius XM radio. He said, "I should have never singled anyone out. That was my mistake. I apologize for that. It wasn't just Jimbo that he singled out. He mentioned Deion Sanders. Yeah, I don't even know that he mentioned Deion. He mentioned Jackson State, and he mentioned Miami basketball as well. Saban said his complaint was targeted more towards the system and collective's influence on recruiting rather than Texas A&M, and reiterated that he never said the Aggies did anything illegal."
I don't know if he. Yeah, I don't know.
Saban also confirmed this was later in. So I had about 3 minutes of the press conference pulled up, and this was a Jimbo Fisher press conference. It was 10. It was 10 minutes of Jimbo Fisher talking. And later on in that press conference, he says that Nick Saban has called him, and he said, "I'm not taking the call. I'm done." Saban also confirmed that Fisher declined a call from him after his comments. Fisher took strong exception, and we listened to all of that.
What's beef? Now you talked about Fisher taking exception.
Said, y'all need to knock it off.
What you talked about? You had a lot of audio, and the audio was great. I saw the presser, and there was another part that you didn't have in there that Jimbo talked about. I got the audio. I'll play it. This was Jimbo Fisher at his press conference earlier today, talking about Nick Saban.
Look at it. Kareem Akbar. That's right, the educated brother from the bank. He's the real head of the CMB, the brains behind the whole thing. I told you, this thing is bigger than Nino Brown, and I got a list of people. If I'm going down, I'm taking a whole lot of people with me.
Oh boy, Jimbo said, "I'm bringing everybody with me."
I could see it the second you said, "Oh, I got." No, all right. What is it? Just wait to see what it is.
The educated brother from the bank.
That movie deserves a rewatch. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Goodness. I probably see that movie about 50. Now that is a movie that I rewatch all the time. Like whenever it's on or somebody wants to watch it. Sure. Yeah. Turn it on. Love New Jack.
We'll talk about Jordy Fernandez coming up here in just a few minutes. Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals is tonight. Jesse, is Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight on ESPN 1320?
How you feeling?
Love it.
You got to check with Jesse first, though. How you feeling?
That's true.
LeBron COVID.
It's a LeBron James special. There's rapid COVID testing, and then there's LeBron James rapid COVID testing, and Al Horford's good to go.
mean, they ran into that bully though. They ran into that bully, and it was kind of laughed about when I gave my man Tatum the strap, and I said, "Hold on, Jimmy might be coming for that strap." They're like, "Oh, so it's Jimmy Butler." Jimmy looked like he was coming for that strap in game 1.
I don't think anyone laughed at the thought of Jimmy Butler getting the strap.
We mentioned Tatum won the strap at Royal Rumble and had it defended at Raw.
That's right. He did. But Tatum was solid in his outing, and no excuses to be made, man, for the Boston Celtics. But that ridiculous run that the Miami Heat went on in the third quarter, I think those are the types of moments that you really miss Marcus Smart. Because it's one thing to try to coach a team from the sideline. It's one thing to try to slow things down from the sideline. It's another thing, to be out there and when you're on the sideline, you're not the one getting punched in the face.
Right.
And it's hard to relay certain types of messages. Oh, here's what I see. Here's what I see. Yes, Marcus, you're not the one getting punched in the face. You're over here in street clothes. I think those are the moments that Marcus, I think, is so good at slowing those things down. He's so good at calming the group down. And look, we don't need, it's the line you hear, so often. And I think we heard it in Sacramento from a number of different coaches. You don't have to get back into the game on the next possession.
Yeah.
Just use the next possession to get back into the game. Yeah. Go have something solid there and start building, start stacking possessions, if you will. Start stacking possessions on the offensive end and the defensive end, and you can get back into the game that way. And I think Marcus is really good at slowing those big runs down before they get to, I don't remember what the final number, I think it was like 22-2 or 22-4 or something like that. I think he's good at like calming those down a little bit. And you're not going to, Miami's still rolling. I'm not, and Jimmy was on fire. But with Marcus, you could have had, I think you would have had a better response. I'm not insinuating that the Celtics would have won game 1 either. I'm saying that's one instant in which Marcus's absence was glaring. And we'll see how they respond tonight. We'll see how the Celtics respond tonight, because they need to respond.
And shout out to Gabe Vincent. He's
again
from Stockton, but we're
he with us.
We're repping him here in Sac. You know what I'm saying? Out there. Shout out to Gus. He doing his things with the workouts, man. Gabe Vincent goes through there, and he goes in there and he just continues to produce. He continues to, I don't want to say they don't miss Kyle Lowry at all, but man, he's stepping in a major way with his production, man. So Gabe Vincent, Strauss was out there hitting some big buckets. My man Tyler Hero, Bam. I love Bam. I love Bam. Bam is a heck of a ball player, man. So the others, I don't know if Bam can really be considered an other.
Bam's another.
I don't even think Tyler Hero's an other. But yeah, the Strausses and the Gabe Vincents, they stepped up and did their job too.
Tyler Hero had an extraordinary post-game outfit on.
Oh man,
it looked like a leather zip-up, like not like a suede zip-up vest.
He was looking like immature.
That's a deep cut right there. But yes, in fact, that's not terribly wrong. Not terribly wrong at all. We talked when you made that line when you had the title change heard around the world, and you referenced the defense Jason Tatum would have coming up here with Jimmy Butler. One thing that I noted and I still feel is true, and maybe it won't be true anymore until Jimmy gets to the finals or does this in a. I feel like Jimmy Butler's the most underappreciated superstar in the league. I don't feel like he's mentioned in the same vein as other stars. He is like there like, is there a single characteristic that Jimmy Butler has that you just wouldn't love for someone on the Sacramento Kings to possess?
Absolutely.
Like I mean, and also phenomenal basketball player. Like, he's got all the intangibles. He's got the heart. He's got the fire. He very literally has everything.
Hmm.
And I feel like he's almost and Jimmy Butler. I don't feel like he's ever referenced in the first, the first conversation when you're talking about the great players.
It's absolutely fair, but he's on that level. He's one of those top guys in the league. Did you see the stat that the Heat are an NBA best 15-6 since that dust up on the sidelines?
I did see that. Yeah.
Cooking.
That's
Absolutely
fantastic. But that's I mean, what do we hear all the time? That's Heat culture, right? That's Heat culture.
Yeah.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Damian Barlin, Kenny Caraway, thrilled to be here with you. More we want to talk about as it pertains to the number 4 overall pick. A couple of questions we're throwing out that we haven't had an opportunity to talk about today. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you can, 916-349-1320. Of course, we're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. You could take part in the conversation in the chatty house that way. Before we get back to the pick, we'll stick with Kings news as Mike Brown made his first hire. Jordy Fernandez will be brought on as Mike Brown's associate head coach. Fernandez worked with Mike in Cleveland and on the Nigerian national team. And most recently, Jordy Fernandez was on Mike Malone's staff in Denver. I don't think that's an accident when you look at what you believe is probably the goals of this Sacramento Kings team with Domantas Sabonis, a passing big man, De'Aaron Fox, a dynamic guard. You have a coach that worked directly with a passing big man, a big man in a dynamic guard there in Denver, and not a name that I think a ton of people know. But it seems like a solid hire, getting rounds of applause from around the league.
Yeah, now and I forgot who it was. Forgive me if it's somebody in the chat, but they talked about Mike Brown getting his hour a day in. The King, remember I asked for him, just do an hour a day and then go back to the Warriors. Like do the King's job for an hour a day and then go back to work.
Well, and Brown, I think he said
an hour in.
I think he said in a our man Mark Spears. Mark Spears wrote an article about the black coaches calling to congratulate Mike Brown, mentioned Doc Rivers and a couple of others.
Congratulations, Mike. You really deserve it.
Thanks, Doc. But he said something along the lines, I'm not going to talk about the King's job yet. That's just not fair, but I'm still devoting. And he said like 99.9% of my time to the Golden State Warriors. And I thought 99, that's about Kenny's hour right there. That's Kenny. That's the hour for the Sacramento Kings for the next month or so.
Matter of fact, that's why myself and Damian got to watch all this, Shaedon Sharpe film and Jaden Ivey film and, Keegan and even Paolo, just in case, because we're going to do the heavy lifting for Mike. So he can just talk to us once he gets done with the Warriors job. And we've already done the job for you, man. Just listen to us.
I don't think Mike is going to make the pick. But I believe what you're telling everyone is that, and this is breaking news. We've been named Kings scouts. We're overqualified for the position, but we have been named Sacramento Kings scouts. So that will be our job here moving forward.
We've been named assistant general managers.
We have. Again, we appear to be overqualified for it. But that's the responsibility we take. And that is kind of an interesting, I mean, obviously Mike's input is important in the draft, but this really does fall on Monte McNair. I wonder what the dynamic is between in selecting a player. And maybe this may not even be, it's a question I think that's fair to be asked across the league, not just in Sacramento. But how much of it boils down to the general manager, and how much of it boils down to the coach? How much collaboration is done with the two, who has final say. Like if Monty wants someone and Mike wants someone, who has final say? The general manager, the guy who's coaching them, or the general manager whose job it is to construct the team? I would think it's the general manager, but what's the old Bill Parcells line?
If you're gonna, what do you say? If you're gonna let me,
if you want me to cook, you got to let me pick the groceries.
Yeah. And you said you would think it's the general manager. That's the way I would lean. Yeah. Not to say that he has all the say so, but if there's a tie, I've got to be the one to make this work on the court. So let me go with what I think will be successful for me on the court. Now, like I said, that's a slippery slope. I can understand that. Like, I can understand like where the coach may not have that say so, but there's a little bit of it there where like, man, come on. If I'm telling you I need this to execute my game plan and my vision for this team, you should be listening to me. Mm-hmm. Like if you want a shooting guard, but I'm telling you, I need a small forward, this will be working. Like it should almost be like, forget the shooting guard, go get a small forward.
And I think that's the other part of the conversation too, right? With Mike and Monty, or any coach and any general manager. We'll just use Mike and Monty in this case, so we can use Sacramento Kings players. But let's stick with the two names who have been the focal point of our show today, Jaden Ivey and Shaedon Sharpe. Both of them, you have, I think Jaden's a 2. You have Shaedon at like a 2 and a 3.
Mm-hmm.
So
6'11" wingspan for Shaedon Sharpe.
It could be, I really like this Jaden Ivey kid. What are we doing, here at the 2 spot? Or I really like Keegan Murray, right? There's a different position. We use Keegan Murray. I like Keegan Murray at this 4, could really fill that position. You're Monte McNair, like, yeah, but here's the situation with Dante DiVincenzo. Dante's really pissed off at the way things went with Alvin Gentry and the way things went with us to close out the last season. So we're going to go ahead, and by the way, everything we've heard, that actually wasn't Alvin Gentry's fault, but that's fine. We're going to go ahead and we're going to let Dante go be happy somewhere else, because we don't believe he's going to be happy here. We still have Terrence Davis. We think Terrence Davis is going to work out for us. And you start getting an insight into how this roster is shaping out. You start getting some insight into what Monty's doing in terms of free agency, in terms of trades, in terms of restricted free agency, all of those types of different things. And that could help shape what Mike Brown needs more, right? Okay, wait a minute. Dante's gone. Okay, maybe we need Sharpe or Ivy more.
All right.
Oh, Dante's staying? Man, that Keegan Murray kid, we fill that 4 position. Like he could probably start for us out the gate at that 4 position, have Trey Lyles playing in a little bit more, limited minutes in a solid backup role. Like we could start establishing some really defined roles for these guys if we do it that way.
All of what you said is correct.
Thank you.
Which is why I was so on the King's head to get this hire done, because you got a lot of things you need to figure out. Next thing you know, draft gonna be here. Next thing you know, Thursday free agent gonna be here.
Just want to make sure I understand correctly. Charlotte and LA still haven't hired their head coach, and you believe the Sacramento Kings didn't move fast enough.
Yeah, Charlotte and the Lakers don't have as much to worry about. Charlotte re-sign Miles Bridges, try to trade Hayward, shed a little salary. But other than that, you got your guys.
I'd argue the Lakers got some things to figure out.
Lakers do have some things to figure out. But,
not my problem, but they've got some things to figure out.
Lakers do have some things to figure out. So yeah, maybe they need to do a better job of speeding up the process. But yeah, man, this is part of like what I'm talking about. Like you got a lot of things that you got to work out, a lot of little nooks and crannies that you got to figure out between the coach and the general manager. Now you got this number 4 pick. You got to figure out which way we want to go with that. It's a lot going on, man. They're good right now, though. They're good. They made the hire. Everything's in place. Mike Brown is doing his hour a day. And by the way, that was Mrs. Mac-10 who said that. Shout out to Mrs. Mac-10, who acknowledged that Mike Brown was doing his 1 hour a day that I've been asking for.
And as Miss P said, they have to figure out how to get Buddy so we can help our man Avery Johnson out a little bit. We got to figure out how to get Buddy here and get him to Los Angeles. So he's happy and Mr. and Mrs. Avery Johnson can ride with that. good call there from Miss P in the chatty house over on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Yeah, at this point, I mean, having seen this stuff on like a different level, at this point, the Kings are just doing what we're doing, right? Like they're just the difference is they're calling coaches, like they're calling what's Coach Painter, Matt? Is it Matt Painter?
Painter, yeah.
They're calling and talking to him about Jaden Ivey. They're calling anyone associated with Shaedon Sharpe, Keegan Murray, some of these different guys. They're calling those guys and talking to them. We're just here. They're going through film just like we are. They're weighing the pros and cons just like we are. They're having group discussions with their people. We're having group discussions with the chatty house. It's the same thing, and they're going to be doing that for weeks upon end. Now, at some point, and I started this week. Oh yeah, the big announcement. I think it started this week. Workouts. They actually get to see these guys work out in person. They get to put them through workouts. So, well,
they got the combine going on as we speak. Been going on for the last couple of days. Everybody's in Chicago. So I don't know. I know these players, these prospects are having interviews. I don't know how those are set up, if it's a bunch of GMs there or whatever, but interviews are being had. And you know what, Damien? I just thought about it. We got phones too. Yeah, we can know what Monty's doing.
Let's do it. Ain't what to do. We work before you know it, the Purdue coach gonna be on like 3 different radio stations this week. Jesse, let's get our college basketball book out. Let's call some of these coaches. Charlie, if you're listening, let's call some of these coaches and we'll get them on the line, and we'll get the at some point, Danny in San Francisco, let's get the parents on. Let's get Jaden Ivey's mom and dad on.
That was a hit when he did that. Introduced us to Mr. Halliburton, who I don't think he listens to us anymore.
Probably not. He probably doesn't. He probably doesn't. But he was always wonderful with that was a weird night, the night Tyrese was drafted, and Danny in San Francisco. Yeah, I think that was 8-hour show number 1, and Danny in San Francisco gets in the chat and says, "Hey, we're going to talk to Tyrese Halliburton's dad in a few minutes." Really? Oh, okay. And it was the best.
Yeah,
it was.
Mr. Halliburton is that dude, man. He's that dude. And then you got a chance to meet him. I never met Mr. Halliburton, but you got a chance to meet him.
Well, that's because I was on the concourse and you were down in the VIP areas, talking with you. You were probably talking to De'Aaron Fox at the time, or getting a drink with Drake or Jamie Foxx or Patrick Willis, whatever celebrity was here that night. I was just up in the concourse. It was just me and Bryce. We were hanging out talking, and Mr. Halliburton walked over and said hello, and he enjoyed the show. He always thought we were fair to Tyrese and we're fair to this team. And I hated losing him. I tried to, it's like, if we got to do we have to trade Mr. Halliburton? Like, can we just trade Tyrese? But that's just kind of
talk to Mr. Halliburton again.
Yeah. It's probably a fresh, that's tough. I mean, you're a second year player in the league. You think you've found a home for the next,
at least 8 years.
Like 8 years, and all of a sudden you're headed to
we'll talk to Mr. Halliburton before the NBA Finals. Kings Pacers
NBA Finals. Yeah,
one of these things are going to happen.
It's going to be titled like The Last Laugh.
Oh, can you imagine what would be a more intense finals? Kings Pacers or Kings Pistons?
Oh, wow.
Even though Marvin's a free agent, he might not be on the Pistons, but just work with me.
I'd say Kings Pistons, because if it's Kings Pacers, didn't everybody win?
No, well,
like if the Kings and Pacers are playing in the NBA Finals, doesn't everybody win?
You're a rational thinking person, so yes. But there will be the irrational people who will be like, say the Pacers lose, we should have got rid of De'Aaron instead. We would have had a championship by now. Tyrese brought them a championship.
Yeah.
But I think Pistons, Kings, with Big Marv and Golden One Center. Hell, Big Marv at Little Caesars sitting. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jesse said we might get episode 2 of the Halfway Decent podcast if we get Pistons versus Kings. That's the funny. That is the funniest thing about that podcast is they did one just to do that and then left. Like,
that was so stupid.
Started a podcast and a podcast channel, did that one episode to just say whatever they had to say without actually saying the Kings and moving along.
That was so ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Dream scenario here from Josh C. If we get a Kings versus Lakers Western Conference Finals after Buddy signs with the Lakers, then we could head into the Kings versus Pistons against Marvin Bagley.
Didn't we trade Buddy to the Lakers? Or no, we still have him. We still have him.
He's Buddy Hield's going to force his way out of Sacramento because Avery heard he wasn't happy here. Just hype.
I'm down.
Yeah. Okay, we could do that. Also,
I figured something out.
It's possible. It's possible. Y'all laugh. The Kings, Pistons, it's possible. Kings, Pacers, very possible. Why, you ask? Because the NBA is rigged. That's not according to me. I'll tell you who that is according to, and why this individual believes that the NBA is rigged. It happened right here in Sacramento. Frozen envelope? Nope. LeBron James to his hometown of Cleveland? Nope. That wasn't it. The clearest example the NBA is rigged was revealed right here in Sacramento. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey. Actually, I take that back. We won't explain, but one of us will when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Is Butch all right? Did he hit you up?
No, he never hit me.
Oh, okay.
I just forgot.
Oh, okay. That's guys. Make sure nothing was wrong.
Oh, locked at the rim.
See, I see what you're doing, Sean. You're trying to figure it out. That ain't it. It's actually more simple. Basketball gods are real. I don't think Marvin's gonna be in the G League. Not at all. I actually think he's gonna be in Detroit, but he's definitely not gonna be in the G League. I do. Yeah, I'm with you. I think they do too.
He played well there too. He did a good job.
Yeah.
Marvin's a good ball player, man. He's a good ball player. Yeah, that's his issue.
Yeah, he's not. Want to do Bryant tomorrow, 117?
Yeah, it's all good.
Just load up the show tomorrow. Take me an hour and a half to get comfortable again. Russ, we just mentioned the one that's been announced. To the best of our knowledge, that's the only one that's been hired, and that's Jordy Fernandez. All right, Bryant's locked in for tomorrow. I think Kyle's back tomorrow. Double check. I think he's been gone 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. Kenneth Lofton Jr. I mean, that's definitely Kenny Lofton's son, right? That's not Kenny Lofton's son? Oh, well. Damn.
Understandable. Understandable.
And he's a junior.
Trista's scheduled for tomorrow. Hopefully she'll be with us. Trista,
one of my favorite players when he was in baseball. Really good basketball player too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's a backstage vignette happening right now with Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit, and I just don't know how to feel about it because Eddie is just.
How did you even see this? Like, is this on a black web viewing?
No, he's not edited out of Raw. He's still on there. Yeah, but Eddie is just so. I mean, Eddie was phenomenal, but he's so unnaturally built.
Yeah,
especially in this era, it's like, oh man,
he was super buff.
Yeah. On Eddie? No, I'm just looking at something on Raw that has Eddie and Chris Benoit on it. I know. Sorry.
Eddie was, or maybe I could be wrong, but he didn't even seem like that big of a guy to be that buff.
Yeah, Eddie was like my size, like 5. He might have been shorter than me. I have a picture with him. Dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. We're talking Kings here this hour. If you want to be a part of the conversation, 916-349-1320. We're not just talking Kings. We're talking conspiracies. We're talking the NBA being rigged. And there has been speculation about the NBA being rigged for a long, long time, whether it be the frozen envelope so the New York Knicks can draft Patrick Ewing out of Georgetown. Of course, we're all familiar with what happened in 2002 in Game 6. They're LeBron James, the Cleveland Cavaliers winning the lottery to land a hometown hero, LeBron James. But perhaps the greatest indicator that the NBA is rigged occurred this week, and it involved your Sacramento Kings. Now, this isn't my theory, though I'd argue it makes some sense.
Look, man, I'm still going to believe in Santa Claus. I'm still going to believe in the Easter Bunny. Remember I told you guys,
they're very real.
I talk about this all the time. I got my buddy who used to tell me all sports are rigged.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he told you not to pay your mortgage.
No, or you might have told me if somebody shows you who they are, you believe them.
Nope, that's what. All right, Jimbo. All right, Jimbo. We see you.
But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to believe in the Easter Bunny and Santa Claus. However, when the great Anjali Ranadive was announced as the assistant general manager for the Stockton Kings, and when I say great, I do mean great. Once again, thank you, Nani. I had to thank her all day yesterday because it was her vibes. They got us where we're at.
Sometimes you just be vibing out.
It's her vibes. They got us that number 4 pick. So thank you, Nani. But when Anjali was announced as the assistant general manager of the Stockton Kings, it was a firestorm. It was an absolute uproar on Kings Twitter, in the chatty house, even on this very show. Everybody's like, what the hell is this? What's going on? What are we doing? This is what? There's jokes, winning time jokes. She wants to be genius. All this, just jokes everywhere, right? ironically, by the end of the night, they were all gone.
Mm-hmm.
All the attention was diverted in a different direction. All the energy was going because the Kings had the number 4 pick in the draft. So that's all. When you talk about Sacramento Kings, that's all anybody was focused on. That's all anybody was worried about. And I know you guys like to crack jokes about Vivek and all this other stuff. And I don't agree with some of the stuff he does. I don't know why he does some of the stuff he does. I don't get it. Some of it, I'm like, I wouldn't handle it this way. But make no bones about it. The man's not dumb. He ain't stupid. And I would think he's not like clueless. He knew, I would like to think he knew what type of reaction would come from naming his daughter out of nowhere, RKO out of nowhere, naming his daughter the assistant general manager of the Stockton Kings. He knew the reaction that was coming. He knew the negativity. He knew the jokes that were coming. When would be the perfect time to release this news? Right before the lottery that we knew we were going to move up in. I'm just saying, it's perfect, a little too perfect. And this news drops. I got Sean Cunningham's tweet at 1:13 p.m.
Well, the lottery hadn't been done by then.
And then all of a sudden, we just forget about it. It's just gone. The Kings mysteriously get into the top 4, and that takes everybody's attention.
Okay. We finally turned that "what a coinkydink" line into sound. That's good. I leave for one day and this happens. All right, y'all wonder why I don't take time off. This is why. This is what happens to my partner when I leave for one day. Is his mind wanders, and
now I'm not complaining. Once again, thank you at Nani. You know what I'm saying? The
more
vibe.
likely to have brought the vibes at Nani or Domantas Sabonis?
At Nani.
Okay. All right. Broadcast journalist just asking questions. What I do.
But yeah, it was just
so what you believe is Vivek
really
was given the heads up. You believe that Vivek was given the heads up. Hey, the basketball gods are hey, we put Luka on the table for you a couple of years ago and you screwed it up. The basketball gods have come back and determined that you deserve another opportunity. We're going to move you up into the draft. We don't trust you enough to move you up to 3, 2, or 1. So we're going to put you at 4. We're going to expect you to do your best. And in your scenario, Vivek thought, perfect. This is the perfect day to tell everyone that my daughter is the assistant general manager of the Stockton Kings.
I'll ask you the question. Was it not? Was it not the perfect time? Is there a better time?
Would we still be talking about Vivek's daughter being the assistant general manager to the Stockton Kings if the Sacramento Kings were drafting 7th? Would that still be the conversation if they were, or God forbid they fell in the draft? Would we still be talking about, can you believe Vivek Ranadive named his daughter the assistant general manager to the Stockton Kings?
I'm telling you right now, we wouldn't even be talking about prospects.
Oh man, cold world.
If the Kings were at 7, we wouldn't talk about prospects till the week of the draft.
We'd be talking about Ms. Ranadive being the assistant general manager for the next month.
Yeah, and it's bad luck. Why'd they name her this? And all that stuff is still true.
Would we be waiting for Sean Cunningham to film it? At some point, is she going to be coaching these players during workouts? Like, is she out there with a clipboard directing traffic? Is that what we're waiting to see?
I don't know what we're going to see from Anjali, but I know
John's got a great point. If you got a tinfoil hat, put it on now.
Just saying.
Put it on now. Now's a good time.
I really think this kind of went over you guys' heads.
I mean, Jordan brings up a good point. So she's getting coffee like our friend from Phoenix. What's the big deal? I had always heard that a particular brother we know worked in the front office of the Phoenix Suns, when in reality, homeboy got the coffee for the real executives.
That's what the streets say, man. The streets say you're a coffee boy, or was it?
Wasn't just the street.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that if you're a coffee boy, but that's just what you were in that situation. You weren't making calls. You weren't making decisions. They say, go get me some decaf. So,
all right.
I'm just saying, man. And look, once again, I think it's all on the up and up. I don't think any of this is happening. But man,
Oh my.
It's pretty convenient.
Is Vivek's the luckiest dude in the city?
Gotta be.
Maybe
news drop at 1 o'clock that, oh yeah, by the way,
maybe he was like, the only way this works, I could do this now, and if somehow we could move up in the draft, no one will ever mention it again. Just because I can't, like, we can't have the lot. What if we get good news from the lottery? I can't announce it tomorrow. What if we get bad news from the lottery? I really can't announce it tomorrow. I have to take my chances that we're going to move up in the lottery, that we're going to get some good news. And I'm going to tell everyone about the promotion of my new assistant general manager in
the Stockton Kings.
The Stockton Kings. For now, because Monte McNair only has 1 year left on his deal, 1 season left on his deal.
I hope everybody gets their contracts and they can all work together. Anjali, Monty, Wes, Paul, they all play their role and they do their stuff in Stockton. Monty and them do their stuff in Sacramento, and we all work together and it all works out. That's what I'm hoping for.
I want to talk about Davion and because Davion was left off the all rookie teams, but I got to point out a pet peeve because it just absolutely drives me crazy. So I got to point it out. I try not to do this often with the Chatty House, but I got to do this. It's our man William. William says Kings media is highly kiss-assy, but they have to be. I strangely understand exactly what he's saying right there. Saying that Kings media kisses ass of the organization. What I hate when people like generalize like Kings media, because name one person on this show who covers this franchise that kisses their ass. I know you don't. I don't. I know James Ham sure as hell doesn't. I know Jason Jones doesn't. So who exactly are you talking about? Because what people do is they lump it up because they're afraid to say of who they're really talking about. You're talking about the dudes on the other radio station. You're talking about the broadcast team. The broadcast team, what some of you don't realize, actually works for the team.
Right.
Of course they're going to kiss their ass. They're not going to be critical of them or highly critical of them or perhaps overly critical of them. They're going to be nice and cushy and comfortable. They'll call some things out. Drapes does it well. Mark Jones does it really well. They'll call some things out. Kenny Thomas, in between some of the crazy stuff he says, he'll call some stuff out. We know Matt will.
Yeah.
So who are you talking about?
Oh, man.
Y'all fall into these generic, like y'all fall into these just generic ways of categorizing people, and it's played. You ain't going to get stronger Kings coverage from anybody than what you get here with the people who appear, not just from me and Kenny, but the people who appear on this radio show. William, we told you out the gate, 15 pounds of muscle was trash. We were the ones who told you De'Aaron got fat. We were the ones who put the pictures on the screen that showed you. Look at De'Aaron on vacation and look at De'Aaron in the gym. That's not getting buff. That was us. So what are you talking about? Y'all ride these same played ass out narratives. It's tired, dude. William, you're tired. Be better.
And the other thing about that, and that's what I like what we do here, and why I take it just as much exception to that as you do, is we just gonna tell it how we see it.
We don't get paid by that organization.
Oh, we gonna tell, and that goes both ways. Like I think people like William just want somebody to just bash the organization. Like, I'm not going to do that. I've said all the time. When people talk about 4-on-5, like, I'm sitting here like, he wasn't serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't seriously like, we'll just play 4-on-5. Like, I don't believe that. So I'm not going to just sit up here and be like, Vivek's an idiot just on all things ever. No, to me, that lends more credence to when I do have something to say about him. When I say it's absolutely ridiculous that he gave his daughter that title. That's ridiculous. It's more credence because I'm coming from a genuine place. Damian's coming from a genuine place. If we genuinely don't agree with something that happened, we will genuinely tell you our feelings on it. We're not playing a role one way or another where we're trying to be 100% contrarian to everything that goes on, and we're not 100% cheerleaders to everything that goes on. When we see something that we don't agree with, that we don't think makes sense, that we think is ridiculous, we're going to speak on that. When we see something that's a narrative in our eyes and from the things that we've learned, we're going to speak on that too.
I hate getting sidetracked by comments like that, but they just drive me crazy because you see it all the time. And it's just like, yo, call out who you're talking about. Who do you think is kissing the team's ass? Because it can't possibly be anybody here. Call people names. Call them out. Say what it is. Say they too cushy. That's fine. But don't lump everybody together, man, because that's played out. Davion Mitchell, unfortunately, wasn't lumped in with anybody. He was left off both all rookie teams yesterday. And no gripe with that. Like, it's just, it is what it is. But I want to use this as a chance to say, I think one of Mike Brown's most important roles this offseason, when he's devoting all of his time to the Sacramento Kings, is, and perhaps, Monte McNair, perhaps the upcoming draft is a big part of this as well. You've got to iron out what Davion's role is with this team next year.
Thanks.
And I don't mean to harp on the line that we were using last year. We saw it a couple of times with Tyrese in and De'Aaron out. And then we saw it again with Tyrese gone and De'Aaron out, where Davion played some really good ball. Could be extended minutes, could be the group that he was with, could be clearly defined role. I don't feel like Davion's role was ever clearly laid out. I think there are a lot of flaws in last year. If people frame the year prior as a gap year, last year was Andre Johnson's accidental gap year 2.
Oh man,
where he's just like, I'm not going back to Howard. Like, it's just I'm dropping out of school. That's what last year was. And I think one of the big casualties of last year was Davion Mitchell. I think Davion Mitchell has all of the skills to be one of the top 10 rookies in the league. Or, last year he had all of the skills to be one of the top 10 rookies in the league. I think he has all of the skills to be a very prominent player on a team that does well. But it's up to Mike Brown to figure out what to do with him. And it's up to Monte McNair to figure out how this roster fits for him. Because I'd argue if you can't clearly define what you want from him, I'm sure he's a fine piece in a trade package for someone. Much like, but probably doesn't have the same upside that Tyrese does. Not going to net you something like that. But he's a good player under a rookie contract that someone I'm sure would happily take. If you can't decide what you're going to do with that young man, figure out something else to do with him.
What would you do with Davion? And just in your opinion, I'll tell you mine first. Like, I kind of want to start him, but I'm not sure about the shot enough. Because if he's starting in the backcourt, we're taking some hits. We're a little undersized. I kind of think that gets overblown a little bit too, but we're a little undersized in the backcourt. And if he's not able to knock down the jump shot at consistent rate, now I've got Fox and Mitchell that can't shoot it high enough. Now maybe Fox ups his, shooting percentage. Maybe Davion does, but that's what's keeping me from having him as a starting 2 guard. Really, is the shot. I need more consistency on the shot.
So I'm with you on that, and don't think Davion's the starting 2. I think Davion is, barring a change in the roster, like a big change in the roster, I think Davion is the 6th man. and whether that's to spell De'Aaron Fox or you move De'Aaron off ball and bring Davion in. It probably depends on how that two position shakes out. But I think he has a clear role as the backup point guard, and in situations that I can't map out in my head because I don't know exactly what the roster would look like. I think he can close. I think he can close in a lineup that you need defense, or not even just close. I think we often, go to closing because we go to, winning time essentially. You could have spells during games like, we need to ramp up our defense where Davion could be out there. You could have you run a small lineup and somehow Davion is a part of that. If Dante is still here. You run those three guards. It's not ideal, but you run it in short spurts. Like I think that it works. But I think you talked about Davion shooting, and I think it was Matt Barnes who said to us, "It's tough when you're not exactly sure what you're doing on it. Like you kind of force a little bit because you want to make that good impression. You want to up your minutes, and you also get a little tight because if you miss a couple of shots, you might not get back out there again. I think Davion, knowing from jump, this is your position, and it's you can lose this position, but you're going to have the opportunity to lose it, right. And you're being put in it because we don't believe that you will. And we saw, it wasn't just Davion that they couldn't figure. We saw Terrence Davis play well, and then he wasn't playing.
Right.
We were told he was injured. Oh, no, he wasn't. We were told he's banged up. Oh, no, he wasn't. And then all of a sudden, he's playing again until he actually got injured and couldn't play anymore. Mm-hmm. It was just one of the many baffling things that happened with the Sacramento Kings and their rotations and their rosters and their use of players last year, which, again, it leads us into this year feeling blind about some things. I don't think we're blind about Davion, but I don't think we see super clearly either.
Well, I also think that it goes into what De'Aaron has alluded to a number of different times, the structure. It just seemed like there was no structure last year. Whose fault that was, I'm not here to get into all that, but it was just haywire. It was a mess. There was no cohesion. And that's going to be one of the things Mike Brown is going to have to do as well, is create structure with this team, with this roster. And to your point, with Davion Mitchell, hey, Davion, you're a sixth man. This is how I view you right now and how you best could help this team. You come off the bench, you come in with energy, with defense, offensively. You'll be leading the second unit, so you'll probably be able to kind of have a little bit of your way offensively. But this is what you should expect every night. Sometimes you might be caught on earlier or foul trouble or whatever the case may be. But this is what I'm looking for out of you. A clear, definitive role for him. And if it changes, you let him know. You say, hey, now I need you to be the starting two guard. With the starting two guard, you're going to be more of a spot-up guy, like on the offensive end. Defensively, I still want you to take on the lead, all this other stuff. But it's clear and concise. And I think that's going to be maybe the biggest thing for Mike Brown to do is create the structure that I think De'Aaron is the one that said it and it gets attributed to him. But I think all these guys feel that way. I think Davion probably feels that way. Man, just let me know what
structure.
I'm doing. Yeah. Let me know what I'm doing. Harrison, man, let's get some structure. Mm-hmm. Create that. Establish that that level of structure that these guys seem to be, don't mean to be too dramatic, but crying out for. They're saying it every chance they get.
You brought up Harrison. I want to ask you something about Harrison here in a second. I want to get to Chris first. 916-349-1320 if you want to chat. Chris, what's happening? Appreciate the call.
Hey, no problem. Okay, so I had a call. I'm listening to you guys, okay? And I'm just like, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because I consider myself open-minded and fair, all right? But, I mean, the last few days, I've been listening to you guys' show and stuff, and I don't understand this, okay? When it comes to De'Aaron Fox, all right? Now, I do not hate De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a good ball player, all right? But, like, he is being paid as a max player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like you're sitting here, you guys are talking about, Mitchell. Now Mitchell is a rookie. Now he's going to his first year. Now, yes, he doesn't need to improve on his shooting. De'Aaron Fox is a max player, all right, and he's going into his 5th year, and he has not improved on his shooting. And I'm just like, I don't understand why this, like, outlook of like he can't be traded. Like, we have to keep De'Aaron Fox. Like, I don't understand that. Like, I mean, you guys realize, like,
yeah, I don't think he can't be traded. I don't think that's the case. I just think that I don't think that's in the cards right now.
Yeah. I don't I think there's still a lot of Kings fans who are like, hey, what could the 4th pick and Fox get? Like, there are a lot of people who still there are a lot of people who are still like they're not sold on De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's fine. It's De'Aaron's job to prove you wrong. Because if De'Aaron was I don't even want to say if De'Aaron was playing better. I think if De'Aaron was playing more consistently, if De'Aaron was playing, at the level that we have seen him more consistently, those types of questions wouldn't be coming up at all. And the reason and I'm not really questioning Davion's play. I think there are a lot of great things about Davion. I'm questioning the organization more. I want to see them utilize him because I think Davion's really, I think Davion brings a lot to the team on the court. I think he brings a lot to the team off the court. He's a fan favorite. He's a good ball player. Like he's a guy I want to see work out. Like I'm afraid if the Kings moved on from Davion or couldn't figure out what to do with him, he'd be one of those guys we look back at and we saw, man, that dude really he really accomplished something when he left here. He landed in the right spot.
Yeah, as impatient as I am, I think there is an element to, and this really works with Davion, is let give this guy an opportunity to establish, who he is with this franchise, get his feet under the ground in the league itself, and unless it's a no-brainer, then he shouldn't be moved. And like you mentioned earlier, give him a clear and concise role to try to excel in, because we just can't keep flipping these guys. Like we're turning into I think the Knicks was the team that they didn't have a rookie get a second contract until like last year, and Charlie Ward was the last one or something. They had some kind of,
right.
Yeah, they had some kind of weird stat about them. Like we can't have that going on. The Kings are close to it. I mean, Fox is the only one. Fox and DeMarcus are the only two people to get a second contract in the last 16 years.
The rookie of the year didn't even get one.
Right. So you got to draft well to be able to do that, because I'm not saying that you should have gave Nick Stauskas a second contract. I'm not saying that, but like get some guys in here and let them establish themselves, create some continuity within your franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And Davion is a big part of that.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. You brought up Harrison a minute ago. When you were talking about structure and De'Aaron getting attributed for saying, I want structure. Really, like the team desperately needs structure.
Mm-hmm.
You think back to that line with James in a post-season press conference where Harrison was asked about being consulted about the coach and the coaching search, and he was like, I don't think they're going to consult me. This isn't Harrison's vibe. Doesn't feel like Harrison's vibe. You think there's any chance he has to be traded? Yeah,
I think so. And if he did ask to be traded, he would have handled it like Harrison. Like we wouldn't know.
Yeah, but right.
With class, with professionalism, and it'd be under the table. So yeah, there's absolutely a chance for that. I think maybe he's looking at this new, the new coach and everything that's going on, and you may look at it like, let me give this a chance. I like Mike Brown. I know Mike Brown through different NBA circles. Actually, I know him he was there with the Warriors, right? When Harrison was there, 15 and 16. Because he's got all the championships, right?
Yeah, no, I think he has 2 of them. I think he has 2 of the 3. He might have missed Harrison.
Okay.
Because I think he has 2 of the 3 championships.
Got you. Yeah.
Because
But
I think he has 3 rings, 1 with San Antonio, and then I think he has the 2 Kevin Durant rings. So that has him missing 1, right? The
he missed
15.
2 years with Harrison. Yeah.
Yeah.
15 and 16. But nonetheless, I mean, he's probably known him in NBA.
That's right. He took Luke Walton's place. Like, I think Mike Brown took Luke Walton's place, which that was a horrifying sentence to say out loud. I think Mike Brown took Luke Walton's place.
Well, he did it again.
Now I feel horrible, and I just want the show to end. That is just a terrible thing to say out loud. But I think that's when Luke Walton went to LA. I think Mike Brown slid into that assistant chair. In any event, but the point being, it's not like he doesn't know Harrison Barnes is the point. It's not like Harrison Barnes doesn't know Mike Brown, regardless of whether they were together at Golden State or not. They obviously know each other, whether they've played for each other or not, different, but they obviously know each other.
Yeah.
I was just asking, like, I mean, Harrison is such a it would be handled in the fashion of, it's like, hey, I know my deal's expiring. If there's an attractive offer out there, like, I don't appear to be a part of your future. I've done everything I could. I wouldn't blame him either.
No, not at all, man.
I like Harrison, and I still believe there's a place on this team for Harrison, not just this year, but like in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe there's a massive upgrade for this team to make in Harrison Barnes's role. Like, I don't think there's one that can be made in Harrison Barnes's position. So
I like Harrison here in Sacramento and adding to this roster with Harrison Barnes. Is it feasible? Is it probable? I don't know. I gotta be honest with you, but if they can, obviously I'd love for them to add to this roster with 2 or 3 pieces with Harrison Barnes still there at the small forward spot. That would be perfect this offseason. When I mean add, I mean draft pick, free agent, maybe a trade. Like, if you could add 2 or 3 pieces,
yeah,
that'd be perfect.
Yeah. The obvious answer is yes. But we talked about, and you brought this up, the weight of the number 4 pick versus the number 7 or the number 8. And we could use the term weight. We could use the term expectations. With the weight of the 4th pick is, and I don't mean in hindsight, and I don't mean 5 years from now. I mean on draft day. Is there a wrong choice?
On draft day, I don't think so. There's for me personally, there are choices that I'll be more excited for than others.
Mm-hmm.
And
like, if we use the names that we talked about today, Keegan Murray's the one that would least excite you there for, or is Jaden Ivey? Would Jaden Ivey be? It'd be Keegan. So it'd be again, and this is, if you're just tuning in, this is just the 3 names that we spent a great deal of time talking about today. Sharpe 1, Ivey 2, Keegan Murray 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it would least excite me, but you wouldn't hear me come on these airwaves. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't hear me come on these airwaves or on my Twitter and talk about it was the wrong pick, because I could absolutely see a scenario where it works and it's beneficial for the team, and that's really all that matters is them getting a winning product out there. That's all I care about, is them getting a winning product out there. And I see a number of different scenarios where Keegan really helps this team. And like I said, he fits. He's a good ball player. I just, we talk about upside and some of the things he can do on the court. I don't think he can do the things that Shaedon and Jaden can do, but that doesn't mean he's a bad player or it'd be a bad pick for the Kings. I don't feel that way at all. So I don't think you can go wrong on draft day, in my opinion, with the pick.
Got to pull up that 2018 sound and see if anyone felt the same way.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that I did, by the way. I was firmly in the camp of the European kid.
With Bagley.
I know you were
too. The person I wanted was Michael Porter Jr. Once I thought that wasn't going to happen, I was like, Luka would be cool too. So would Bagley.
You know who I really liked in that draft? I'm sure I told you this before.
I
mean, I thought Luka was the pick, and I don't remember what were the Kings were slotted at 8 that year. So I don't think I thought this guy would be there, but the guy that I really liked was Jaren Jackson Jr.
And that's the guy I like the least.
Really? I just thought
4 or 5. I was like, I don't want to.
I thought, man, this is a defensive dude. Like, man, this could be a solid. This could just be, a solid pickup for it. Like this could be a solid pickup for the squad. I still like Jaren Jackson Jr. Again, Trae Young, Luka Doncic. Like we're out thinking the room here. But I did like Jaren Jackson in that draft. I liked him a lot.
But the funny thing was, once they got to 2, it was like, I can't take Trae at 2. Like, that's too high. Because I liked him throughout the season, and then that tailed off as the season went along.
Oh yeah, there was a moment where Trae Young was the number 1 pick in the draft.
Oh yeah, and Dr. David always want to bring everything up. I said on my Twitter, team up Trae with De'Aaron by all cost. I don't care about the fit. You draft Trae Young. Yeah, I said it. Now I didn't stay with courage my convictions as the season went along, but I did say it.
He just tapered off. Like, it was so weird. Like, the first half of his season was like one of the most electric things you'll see in college basketball. And then the second half was like, oh, he was ready to go to the draft. he didn't want to play at Oklahoma anymore. And I missed all the electrifying stuff.
And look, we know this tweet that I talk about is true because we talked about it on the show before, and that gave us the follow-up tweet of our guy saying, Frank Mason is who they are.
Oh, man. Oh, you can stumble across Twitter gold sometimes. My man said, did he say De'Aaron would be gone and Frank Mason is the future of the Sacramento Kings? Mark my words. Oh, that was good stuff. I know Dr. David is looking for that tweet right now. We need to relive that bad boy. Oh, that's good stuff. Appreciate y'all so much for being here. If you're on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook Live, hit the thumbs up before you go. Become a subscriber over there on Twitch. If you miss any part of the show and you're really just in the audio form, you're driving around a lot, it's all good, man. We're available on podcast. Jesse does a tremendous job of breaking our podcast into different forms, makes it easily consumable, including the entire 3.5 hour show. There's lots of great stuff over there. Just search D'Lo and KC in whatever podcast platform you prefer, including the Odyssey app, Google, and of course, Apple Music and Spotify. On Apple and Spotify, you can rate and review the show as well. We would appreciate it for those who are into podcasting if y'all could do that. And we'd appreciate it if you're back tomorrow. Bryant West, Kings Herald Draft Guru, going to be with us. Trista Crick scheduled to be with us. Kyle Matson will be with us. James Ham will be with us. We hope you will too. Stick around. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 2, Celtics and Heat, coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
I didn't have a go. I didn't have a go.
That's funny.
I probably would have said go Celtics. I want to see a good series here. Maybe I just couldn't bring myself to it subconsciously. Say go Celtics.
Dr. David found this is funny. Dr. David found the clip of the last time we brought that up, and I'm wearing the exact same shirt I was wearing 2 days ago.
What?
That colorful Nike shirt.
I feel like I had never seen that before, but
I don't wear it very often. I had only worn it once or twice.
Sure.
That's good stuff, man. That's funny. Mark my words. That's great stuff, Dr. David.
Hilarious.
24 years ago, the Oddities debuted on Monday Night Raw. Goodness gracious. Luna was in it. It was that group that danced. Had a dude named who carried around the Cartman doll.
Oh, vaguely. Did they become like the BWO?
No, that was a different group. Golga, the guy who carried around the Cartman doll, that's Earthquake. Just dressed up differently.
They're recycling these dudes, man.
Yeah, put a mask on him. Say, oh, that's Earthquake.
What is Ray Jones talking about? I'm just going to turn this up here. Let's see what he's talking about because he looks funny.
Over there. What you going back to do it again for? Most of the time when you move up, you just want to move up to get a belt in that weight class and say you did it and you move on. Either you stay there or you get the heck going back where you came from, right? You already did that. You did that when you beat Kovalev. What you going back to do it again for? You want to be 2-time light heavyweight? What does that prove? So why would you even waste time messing with Bivol, who was a problem already? Why would you do that? So if you did that, that means that you thought that he would be easier than David Benavidez? Or you thought he might have been easier than Jamel Charlo? Or you the money man, you could have went and gave us something to see with fighting Demetri Andre. Why are you going to challenge another light heavyweight when you already accomplished that one time? You caught the right one, you did it. Get out and leave that alone. Don't keep going.
That's comedy. That is comedy.
Roy looking funny right now.
That is funny, man.
My early favorite impressions is Roy. See, when you have Canelo Alvarez and he's going up against a guy like Kovalev, you can't go back into the
sounds kind of like JC. It's got a little JC vibes in New Orleans. JC in New Orleans.
Well, Roy is from Sarasota.
Okay.
So Florida whole, yeah, they got that.
Panhandle sound.
We talk about Canelo Alvarez. You're talking about a guy that is one of the best guys in the boxing today. However, don't get it twisted. Jim, these guys, they fight at a whole nother level. And if you're not ready for that, then you are going to be somebody that is going to get knocked out and put on your back. My favorite, I used to love Roy on as a commentator on HBO Boxing. And my favorite is when Pacquiao got knocked out. And then Jim Lampley goes, oh, and he may not get up. He not getting up, Jim. He not getting up.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Skylar and Diane? Skylar was hot.
I wish I knew a little bit more about it, but I could see Diana. Wait, let me tell you. And she starts to say something, and Skylar keeps popping, and you got fuck around and find out. Like that was like listen. I told you, like you could see her. No, listen, let me tell you. And she goes to explain, and whatever Skylar said that caused Diana to stand up. All right, you find out. You find out.
Skylar was pissed. Skylar was sitting there shaking before she just snapped on Diana.
Skylar need to calm down. Calm her ass down. Skylar Diggins. I'm all for Diana Taurasi in a skirmish, even if it's with their own teammates.
Diana, how old is Diana again?
Oh man, she's got to be 40.
I don't think so. I don't think so because he's
39.
You know, he's a trainer, so he could be training these guys out here. Diana's 39.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's a different portion of the video. Different angle. Skylar all worked up and shaking, Diana laughing at her.
As my grandmother used to say, Skylar was cross as two sticks.
Man, there's just nobody at that game, man. I hate seeing that. Oh, Skylar. Skylar's like, should I do it? Should I step to Diana? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now.
Said I'm not going to back down no more.
I got to stand up for me. I got to stand up for me.
Kevin, let's see if I can do this. I'm not going to do an argument. I'll do a discussion. Marcus Smart and Al Horford, when you have those two guys there, those are two guys that you know they're going to bring it. They're going to bring the icy hot. You know, they'll man up. You don't have to worry about that. You don't know what I'm talking about, Chuck, because you haven't won a championship. Kenny, you know what I'm talking about. Now, see, if you're talking about Al Horford, you got to understand, it's not just what he does. It's what Marcus Smart also does with Al Horford. If he's not ready, then it's just going to be a situation. Roy, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Roy, sit down. This isn't boxing. I'll 1-2 your ass right now. You know that. I've done it before. Back when I was 2, I did it. My dad, he didn't even let me know. Thank you. I got to see that clip. I haven't seen it. He always say, he always be like, you don't know nothing about champion. Kenny, you know. Charles, you don't know what I'm talking. I'm talking about championship talk. You don't know what I'm talking about here, Chuck. I don't know why he's like that. I have no idea.
Oh boy. Skylar wasn't at shoot around this morning.
Oh yeah, she's out for a non-COVID illness.
Fear of Taurasi. Plague. Nick Khan will be taking over most of Stephanie McMahon's duties in her absence, according to multiple people at WWE. You know what's wild about that? Nick's Kara's old agent.
Wow.
Like, come on, man. Wow.
Marcus Smart walking into the arena. He's had some very nice short sets the other day and today. Very nice.
Man, graphic tees are really the thing right now.
Bro, they go hard in the paint. They're like $60.
Yeah, graphic tees are really.
What in the hell? I haven't used that before. Nick Cannon, how Wild and Out must be coming back.
Yeah, I think it's here.
Oh gosh. Jeez. Jesus.
All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you. Come back tomorrow. Stephanie's taking time away. That's what it says. She's taking time away. Caught the whole laptop. That's funny. That's funny. Get well, Skylar. Get well. Appreciate you guys, man. More than you know. We'll see you tomorrow.